Hello and welcome to United21 Season 27. Today we've got some action-packed games for you, which are going to be the round 2 games of Group B. So we've got Laser Cats versus Viperio, Dark Cloud Esports versus Preasy Esport. If we want to bring up a quick look at the brackets, we can show you how things have progressed so far between these two teams in this group. As you can see over in Group A, I believe that was yesterday, we had our first round 2 games. So we saw Adventurers topping Group A, Havu Gaming being eliminated over in Group A, whereas moving on to Group B, the second group here for round 2. We'll be able to see who the first team out of this group to make it into the playoffs, and then another team to be eliminated. That's right, it's an elimination match and a progression match. The first of which is the progression, so one of the teams between Viperio and Laser Cats will go through to the playoffs, and one of the teams from Dark Cloud Esports and Preasy will be eliminated from the group stage. Now, looking at the two teams for this first game, Laser Cats versus Viperio. Interesting stories coming into this. Viperio in Season 26, just one season ago, they came second in Season 26. So they made a very deep run, just about losing to, I believe it was Favbet in the final. So a very good run from them. In fact, they lost to Favbet in the upper bracket as well as the grand final as well. Whereas Laser Cats, the last time they played was Season 25 and they actually got grouped. So any result here, I mean, is arguably better than their last one. We'll have a quick look at the veto so we can see what map we will be playing on, or what maps in this best of 3. And oh yes, we get to see some Train. I love me some Train. So we've got the Mirage and Ancient bands coming out, Train and Nuke picks with Dust 2, Inferno Band and an Anubis Decider. I've not seen too much of Train recently whilst casting, but I'm certainly excited to get some more under my belt. And I hope that we get a really exciting game. Train is one of my favourite maps of all time, even with this newer iteration. It's not quite the same as the previous one, but it's Train, you know? I just love it. It's one of the best maps to have ever been created, in my opinion. No bias at all, of course. But yeah, heading into the first pistol round. Viperio starting on that CT side, interestingly. Even though they were the ones who picked it. Laser Cats wanting to start aggressively. And it's an early A main rush with a gap smoke running up towards Sandwich. The site is theirs. Viperio playing heavy for the retake. The question is, what sort of post plant do they close? They're going to be focusing their attention towards Hell, fighting in, but a firing squad of the Viperio players cut the first 2 players down. And in fact, Laser Cat's just being whittled away one by one. It's all on Nikiti. He's only good for 1. A lovely little retake there from Laser Cats. From Viperio, sorry. Laser Cats struggling in the post plant. That being said, they do get that bomb plant down. $600 cash per player. Ejected onto the Laser Cat side. Do have the opportunity here to go for a force buy, and we will see that. We'll see 3 Galils being invested, a Scout, Nuboku going on the Deagle to invest, oh, in fact, no, down to the Tech 9 to get some extra on utility. Even dropping some of that utility over to his teammates. Early anti-rush util softens up Magila, looking for an opening pick. That early spawn to see if he can catch a CT trying to cross into Pop Dog. The Sandwich smoke to give him some cover. A bit of a stalemate here. No opening kill received just yet, so Laser Cats are going to spread themselves thin, waiting for any potential aggression. Aggression comes its way. Des with the MP9, just a dry fight in towards mid. We'll find Magila. It's also a lot of information, right? You find T's inside T main, inside mid. If that's the case, very likely heavier presence towards A, and you can see, look at this reaction. They've stacked 4 players on the back lines, playing passively, allowing Laser Cats to spend time getting closer as a flank comes in from Switcher. The fights come through. Viperio strike, but it's trades, 2 for 2. Still, the man advantage maintained. That's all that matters. As long as they don't give it up, and there we go. Enough time is bought for Switcher's flank to come in. That long rotation behind Pop Dog. It just leaves Magic in towards middle. 10 seconds left. There's simply not enough time. All Viperio have to do is just tuck, stay alive. Switcher gets a little bit greedy, but he wins the fight. Secures the round. Now, if LaserCat's got another bomb plant there, they could have been afforded a buy, a stronger buy even, than the last round. Having around 3,000 per player, but instead it's just 2,000. They're going to have to go for an eco. Buying up a fair few deagles in the process. Can just about afford that. Another opening attempt. Beautiful pre-aim from Zodi. Lands a dink onto Magila. And Temple, I just looked at the minimap. Temple, he died at the bottom of ramp. He's going for a very aggressive opening, seeing if he can test that B defense. The Scrimmo to be tested first. Headshot. Reaction. Nikiti tries to take that space, but Dezd is quick in support to hold that ground. Smoke down in towards lower, which Shibuku used to try and sneak his way behind the Thomas train, but Tudme and Switcher both very aware of that being a possible play to be made, and in fact they've punished not one but two players trying to do the exact same thing. Didn't work the first time, it's much less likely to work the second. This rotation already pulled over, leaving Magic. It's 1 versus 4. Spotted. Viperio rifles just spray down towards Pop Dog, enough to finish off Laser Cat. Viperio looking strong here. Again, I am a little bit bemused with this being Viperio's map pick, yet means that LaserCats had the choice of sides, I do believe. Yet they chose to start on the T side, the much weaker side. Train is probably... I mean, the jury's still out, it's still a new map, but it's still probably the most one-sided map in the pool. Well, not the most one-sided map in the pool, most CT side. Sorry, Anubis is definitely more one-sided, but definitely the most CT-sided map in the pool. An aggressive play here. A well-timed aggressive play from Viperio. A two-man push coming in towards Ivy. And they go 2 for 1. They catch the LaserCats players who are progressing, looking to go for a bit of an Ivy default. But as they fall back, as Zodi escapes, gets out of there, disengages, Magila found his way walking all the way in, but kept honest. Switcher, a beautiful rotation round in towards the backlines, in towards CT spawn to clear that out. Means that they can leave Dezd in a very nice little angle here towards Hell. You can watch the entire of the site cross. They can give up all of A, knowing that now that Ivy is clear, now that they killed that player, it's unlikely there's going to be another Ivy player. So he's going to gamble, leave himself exposed to that, and just hold the cross here. Question is, does he get cleared? Temple does appear to be walking in, but there's the advantage on the angle. A little bit of a lazy clear from Temple. Say a lazy clear, not quite as much determination, not the expectation for a player to actually be in that corner. Switch it up next. After that contact, brings out that rotation. With Junimate having cleared out tunnels. Or cleared out Pop Dog, should I say. Strong 4-0 start. So far, LaserCats have played a very slow game. They've not seen many aggressive plays, but with this investment, with a lot of Tech 9s, I expect to see a bit of a change. Smoke in towards Sandwich, try and deny the information. Viperio will be blinded towards Team Aim. But a quick HE will remedy that. Steps heard, flurrying their way towards the B halls. Deep smoke in towards Pop Dog, so Zodi can maintain control of that. Switcher, trusted with this B site. An execution a set piece to be used by Laser Cats, and it's successful in at least getting out on towards this B site. But Vipero holding down these back lines, a close push here behind that smoke in towards Connector. That makes it very difficult to rotate out of Connector, but reverse shining is the play. Laser Cats give up all those fights to the Vipero players, sat ready, anticipating and waiting for that fight to come through. Leaves Magilo in a 1 versus 4, and the bomb is planted for Connector, so there is that possibility. But not enough time. Vipero getting straight on that bomb, a quick defuse. You can see the idea with that set piece, right? They use those smokes to get the control of the site. They get cover also to allow them to push up towards Connector. I think the idea was to fight towards Connector, get Connector control, because the bomb was clearly planted for it. And with a contingency and Magila going on that late rotation as well, but the things, they just all died way too soon. They weren't able to actually take Connector control. A lovely little retake there from Vipero, identifying as soon as the smokes came out, okay, we're not here to stop them taking the site, we're here to stop them taking the back lines. Aggressive from both sides, to be honest. Very fast pop play. A reaction to 2 players pushing pop, and so much utility up towards the B halls. Laser Cats use that to push in towards the A site. Oh, and Yaboku creeping through the smoke behind them. This is such a scrappy round. Bomb planted, 2-man disadvantage, or 1-man disadvantage for Vipero. Do they go for this retake? Do have the cash to buy in the next round, but the question is, do they want to preserve that cash? Do they want to keep it for future rounds? Oh, that should be the go sign. Switcher immediately dome Zodi. Can't attempt the trade, so both players will fall. Laser Cats will get their first round off on the board. It's off the back of a lovely reaction to the Vipero aggression. Lots of utility thrown towards the B halls, thrown towards lower, to try and stop Laser Cats from fighting for Pop Dog. While in the meantime, those 2 Vipero players pushing towards Pop Dog. But the thing is, Temple charged through all that utility. Yes, he fell victim to it. He died, but he got the information by pushing through. He said, oh, lots of util towards B, 2 players pushing in towards Pop Dog. If that's the case, then at most, there's only 2 players defending the A site itself. So Laser Cats react and they get aggressive. And they push out to take those fights. But Zodi to take the fights this time on his terms. Some beautiful utility for this team main take. And 3 players just decimated like that. 1 minute 35 on the clock. And Vipero have control of not just all of team mid, but also the bomb. Zodi's going to keep pushing. Catches Temple off guard with his knife out. He does one more. Quad kill from the Danish RGL of the Vipero squad. Some lovely set util there from Vipero. Something you can tell they're very apt at doing is taking information on middle. And vice versa, I'd say Laser Cats are struggling to actually deny Vipero that. I mean, it seems very limp, very lifeless when it comes to them going for these defaults. I mean, it's the same way that Train used to work. In the old Train, it was all about that information on middle. You'd see, for those who can remember all the way back then, you can remember the sandwich and E-box smokes that were thrown round on round almost every round by the Ts. The idea of those smokes was to stop the CTs from having vision in towards A main, in towards mid. Because if the CTs had vision, they could see whether there's players inside. If there was players inside, then it was likely to be A. If there wasn't, it's likely to be B. You can see that fight still remains today, although it's a very different style of fight. Rather than relying on those smokes, you can break them open. And it still is that fight towards sandwich, but again, the geometry, the layout is a little bit different on the site itself. And, oh, Yaboku caught swapping towards utility. And again, Vipero pounce going towards A main. As I was saying, I think Laser Cats, they need to do something a little bit more scrappy, more brawly, to actually take this ground off of Vipero, to stop Vipero from setting up these little set pieces, these little executions in towards A main. Because at the moment, Zodi and Dest, they're having free reign. Beautiful little set piece. Little setup right there. Zodi in an off angle, spots a player, Des can then swing out. But yeah, what I want to see from LaserCats is, yes, still use that sandwich smoke, but a bit more utility to actually stop Viperio fighting to clear out sandwich. Because all Viperio need to do right now is they just blow open that sandwich smoke. Sometimes they don't even need to do that. They just throw a little bit of utility over towards E-Box and they run around the other side of red. They did a couple rounds ago. Kill Magila in the back. We need a bit more util, a bit more cover for a LaserCats player or two to fight in towards Olaf. In towards Sandwich. And again, Zodi. So aware, anticipating that off angle from Magila. Fighting for that cross. The pistols now coming out and it's aggressive swing from Pop Dog. But the spacing isn't there. And Zodi, Des, they're just going to mow them all down. LaserCats forcing their way through these smokes. Not any pathway to success. Viperio just having a field day on this bomb site. Poor homing pick from Junimate. The recently added AWP for Viperio. The Magic with one in response. There's a setup there with that pick towards lower for Switcher to react towards upper. Go for that wide swing, but Magila anticipated. Had it held. But Junimate, another beautiful angle. Find a second frag in the round. Holding for that walk in towards Pop Dog. Catching a player back turned. Giving Viperio that man advantage once more. But look at this from LaserCats. Temple has filled that space. We've chased Junimate down. And finally Junimate gets caught. Overstaying his welcome in towards lower. Don't, but that's when Scrimo is in place. Find two quick headshots. Temple left in a 1 versus 2. We have 1 versus 3 clutch. And look at this very quick rotation. Immediately after taking those fights, Zodi and Dest disengage. They leave connector. They start shifting up towards Pop Dog, going on this fast flank. It's such a fast flank. I don't think Temple will expect this. Oh, he may catch timing yet. Caught the shoulder. Wins that fight on towards Des. Now leaves Zodi. And a 1 versus 2, but look at that utility. Beautiful molly and a HE. Completely stopped Temple from going for that fight. But again, this close round goes Viperio's way, but LaserCats got their way into it. One, because they weren't just dying towards A main. They weren't just getting mowed down by Viperio's heavy map control. But also because Junimate kept giving them opportunities. Yes, he won the first 2 and got Viperio that man advantage. Gave them another one into it. Okay, here we go. Bit more aggression from LaserCats. This time brawling out towards A main. But the thing is, the flashes, they're gone. The utility from LaserCats is awful on these site hits. Okay, you get the initial flashes. You could see Viperio were blinded. They couldn't stop this A main fight. All they did was then, okay, we're not going to stop you flooding out of A main. We'll take a step back and hold the next choke point, which is E-Box. And you had 3 players there who weren't blind because LaserCats, their flashes are non-existent. One of the strengths, especially now in this version of Train, because in the previous version of Train you couldn't drop utility. Now you can. You can drop all your flashes to one guy as you run past, and he can just permanently flash above A main. If they'd done that, maybe they would have got a couple of entries. Maybe we could be seeing some trades going. Ooh. That's a wall bang I've not seen before. Aggression. This is a contact play coming out from Viperio. Junimate taking point. With the AWP. Oh, and he'll peek behind the flames. Oh, has he seen Temple? I don't think he has. Punished by Magic regardless. Zodi's still here to play contact. Meantime, Dest has found Magila lurking out of A main. And Dest is going to very quickly group up with Zodi. I love this, right? You've got their buddy system, the two players taking contact, going for that aggressive play. As soon as one falls, another player joins up so they can re-establish a duo. Tag team system. Oh, and it's beautiful. Dest runs away and it baits Magic into Zodi's crosshair. But the thing is, Lasercats, their fundamentals are so shoddy right now. They're trading their team play. That was a solo fight from Magic. And Temple could have taken that with him. So Zodi doesn't expect Temple to still be there. He's like, oh, if there was another player here towards upper, they would have taken that fight together. Oh, no. Nikiti. That's such a great timing, having lurked, I believe, out of Ivy. Towards the bomb site. I love this from Viperio. Ever aware, ever conscious. But when they make these overloaded plays, the possibility of timing. And they only had one player to watch multiple positions on the map. For 11-1. Again, this is Viperio's pick, but Lasercats chose the T side. This would take a borderline miracle for Lasercats to get back into this game. You can tell Viperio so much more prepared on this map than Lasercats. Into the second half, Viperio need only 2 rounds. Just 2 rounds here on this T side. Close out their map. Going to be 4 sets of Kevlar and 4 Lasercats. Viperio, it's a very fast play. Looking to go for a bit of an A split here with 3 in towards Pop Dog. But the first player, Junimate, fallen in towards A main. These USPs at range are having no trouble taking these fights. Viperio just been pulled apart there. I mean, you can see the idea from Viperio setting themselves up for that A split. Especially with making all those steps. The thing is, for Lasercats, they had to be concerned about the possibility that those steps were running towards B and not Pop Dog. But I think Junimay's early pick in towards A main, the fact that he showed his face so early, and that Lasercats, well, if there's a player in A main, those players are likely running towards Pop Dog and not B. So they stood their ground, and at range, there was not enough utility. Bearing in mind it is a pistol round. You're not going to have that much utility anyway. Gonna make it uncomfortable for these CTs, but what might be a little bit uncomfortable here, Nikiti being hunted down. In fact, it's Temple just mowed down the first. But they have pulled a heavy rotation. The idea here was rush Ivy, I plant B. But Yaboku, unwavering in his positioning, holding for that potential bomb, will cut down that last player. So Laser Cats have found two. Viperio, a third round gun round. It's not the best buy considering Zodi on a Galil. If Zodi hasn't already, could drop over an extra flashbang to a teammate with about $300. Some missing util. Some heavy anti-rush nades on towards A main. While Laser Cats aggress towards Pop Dog. They'll clear out the B Hall switcher. A lovely little angle here on the servers. Laser Cats have a prime crossfire here between Yaboku and Temple. Between Lower and Pop, which Zodian switchers are contacting their way in towards. Oh, I love this, but the UMP wins out the fight. Not an SMG you see all too often, but the nerf that came to that weapon was the range, not its damage. Its damage is still sublime up close and personal. So Viperio, they break apart that crossfire, but they can't actually find the kill. 2 men down, make it 3 now. Make sure players falls in towards A main. Nice little flash from Laser Cats. Just Scrimmo. 1v5, has found a couple kills, but eventually whittled away. So the first gun round denied by Laser Cats. Viperio, it's now their turn on the set 9s. Early molly to try and stop these players, stop the CTs running in towards Pop Dog. It's successful. That denies a faster flank, which means that Viperio can focus their attention towards this B site for a little bit longer, but they don't anticipate Temple. In towards Upper, who's getting ready for an aggressive play, comes in on the flank and denies the bomb plant, and gives Laser Cats some advantage to work with. The last 2 players for Viperio are dealt with swiftly. A nice rush attempt from Viperio, but again, overlooking a second player tucked in towards Upper. Round 17. Bring out the guns again for Viperio. Time is a little bit healthier. Couple HEs to stop that lower push. Allows Viperio to take Pop Dog with a little bit more ease, but it's an aggressive play now from Laser Cats towards Ivy. And they've cut down the bomb and 2 more players with it. And ooh, have Viperio found a timing to walk out of Pop Dog? They have, but the issue is Laser Cats have fully committed to defending this bomb. Oh, wow. Okay, so Switcher pulled the trigger on the player behind B. They had that time and they had that flank. They had gotten behind the Laser Cats player, but Switcher pulls the trigger on the player towards B, and that causes Magic to turn and find Zodi. Yeah, much needed tactical pause now from Viperio. The UK coach Pap perhaps divulging his wisdom upon his players. It's an apt time for a tactical pause as well. If something's going wrong, I want to adjust their gun rounds. But I'm not right before a gun round, so Laser Cats might not anticipate that change coming in with the rifles. I don't know if Viperio might make the change here with the pistols, with the Tech 9s. Molly towards lower, stop the aggression. Instantly smoking it, dropping down, but there's an AUG in such a good angle to mow them down, but he's only good for 2, Yaboku. Regardless, Viperio have control of the site. And a lurk play in the form of Dez here, tucked in towards the E-box, but now being hunted down, missed AWP shot. And he's gotten away with the kill, even picks up an AWP. This is now going to get very messy for Laser Cats. With Zodi in towards lower, both towards connector. The AWP also retrieved, but Magila does such a good job at isolating these fights, getting his way on towards the bomb, and Dez hunted down by Temple. So again, a little bit of decent damage for Viperio. Get scrappy, but Laser Cats survive with 3, further projecting their economy. What changes do Viperio make here? Set themselves up for a potential AWP opening pick from Junie May, but they shut down the HE on towards the smoke. Does not grant him any vision. At least not of any players. Slower pace from both teams over towards B at the very least. And Magic posted up on this AWP. Holding for that swing. Flashing towards Pop. Zodi, unblinded, can provide that cover for Switcher. There you go, the first domino to fall. The IGL for Viperio. Hit the ground. The utility now starts to rain on in. It's an execution. Some counter utility thrown in. Magila unbothered, unwavered here in towards Olaf. With the cover of that smoke, the molly doesn't flush him out, and he's going to mow down 3. Laser Cats decimate Viperio. Again, it seems neither side of any measure of success on their T sides. Again, the thing is, Laser Cats at least got 1 round. Viperio yet to do that. Yet to do the same. The thing is, I feel like on these defaults that Viperio are pulling out, they've been so heavily focused on taking B-Hall's control, working their way into Pop Dog, but they don't seem to have figured out, okay, what next? When they do take it, what do they do? This time, the attention comes towards Ivy, but they just get mowed down again. Laser Cats in the right time, at the right place here on their CT sides. Boku tested here on the B site. Scopes in, but Zodi, hello. 2 very quick headshots, and he's going to rush this bomb plant. The thing is, he's solo on this site. Laser Cats, not sure if they're aware, but regardless, they're going to waste no time in searching for him. The bomb already stuck. Scrimmo, no chance of stopping this one. Zodi simply could not delay any more time Stop those Laser Cats players hunting him down. But here we go. Viperio, another full investment. Had very little success on the site splits, on the defaults, on taking any map control. Well, this round, they're going all in towards B. But again, Laser Cats, they've been very good at changing their CT setups, overloading certain parts of the map at different times. Right now, they went for an aggressive Ivy take. They took Ivy successfully. You can see Temple posted up there. That's enough information to say, okay, A, very unlikely to be hit. You can't see anyone towards T-spawn. It's likely to be this B-site execution. The rotation comes through for Laser Cats, focusing on these back lanes. And at range, these rifles are finding all the fights. Needing Junie May. Well, not anymore. At least Laser Cats now just one round away from tying up this scoreline. Another tactical pause for Viperio. They are not finding any measure of success on this T side. Oh, wow, beautiful opening. Viperio, Des trying to make himself look bigger over towards A main. Make a lot of presence, a lot of noise, try and lurk out, try and be a distraction to keep Laser Cats focused on him so that his teammates and Viperio could walk their way in towards Ivy, but he goes down immediately, absolutely domed by Nicotine. Viperio have to cancel. Junie May searches for the weapon in the smoke. Oh, Yaboku drops smoking towards lower. That might give away his location. Yeah, Zodi and Screamo are going to be walking in, fully focused. Over on Pop Dog. The swing comes out. Beautiful headshot. Weapon picked up. Little do they know the B site was actually open, but they're not going to pounce just yet. In fact, Laser Cat's the ones to pounce on the rotation. In fact, this all plays into Viperio's hand. They've got Switcher lurking up in towards Ivy. Catches off Magila. Now that Ivy's unguarded, unwatched, that gives Viperio all the space that they need to accelerate in towards this A site. The Laser Cats players are happy to play passively, happy to play towards these extremities. They pick them off as they get close towards the site connector. Still a present threat. Screamo left in a 1 versus 2. Will rush this bomb plant down. Hunted by Magic, and there's simply not enough time to plant. Magic has done his job. His death was not in vain. Get Screamo off of the bomb. Not enough time to plant. And the scoreline tied up, and just about to Screamo survive after time. Round 23. And Laser Cats on the double AWP setup. Viperio a little bit more pep in their step, a little bit more pace. Need to hit hard on this round. They want to be the first team to get up onto map point. Decent setup here. And such a well-timed incendiary. Not only that, it's going to tickle the toes of both players in towards Pop Dog. That's information passed across. Lasercat's now aware of this as a possibility. The util comes raining out towards mid, towards A main on both sides. Magila, again, unfazed here in this setup towards Olaf. These mollies that Viperio are throwing are just not flushing Magila out. He's still a threat, still doing damage. Just now as he eventually traded, but he's already given Lasercats a man advantage to work with. Viperio still so slow. They've made zero progress towards this bomb site. Just being peppered by utility, still waiting for Lasercats to give them the fight. The contact comes through and they're just falling apart, falling down by the wayside. 15 seconds, this is done. It's Lasercats to get onto map point first. Collateral at the very least to help Junior may try and keep this gun alive, but Nikiti drops down from above. 11 rounds in a row. I mean, the thing that stands out to me again with these adaptations is that, okay, the early rounds aren't working out for Viperio. They're not getting these openings very easily. When they do, they're often being traded. So they slow things down. But when they slow things down, it limits their options because Lasercats have a lot of the information. And even then, Viperio... Lasercats are using the same set. Magila is an Olaf every round when they do these late A-site hits coming out of A main. Magila is every single time an Olaf, and he's been unfazed every single time. Not flashed off, not mollied off. The molly is thrown, but it misses. It doesn't flush him out properly. It lands not deep enough to the point where he can just take a step back, still use that box of cover as cover. And a bit of miscommunication coming out of Viperio. They've smoked sandwiched twice, and look at this hard counter from Lasercats. A 3-man fight in towards upper. 2 opening kills in quick succession. A 3 versus 5 Viperio, just to try and get one single T round. They just had to get one T round in 12 to get to overtime. With this heavy man advantage, Lasercats have fallen back to the extremities. So 2-man hold on the back lines of the B site. You've got 2 players towards CT quad, towards the green halls. Leaving Magila to hold the cross on the site itself. And that's it. Viperio go out like a damp squib. 12 rounds in a row for Lasercats. 11-1. All Viperio needed was to get 2 out of 12 rounds, and they couldn't even manage a single one. And I think what stands out to me there is that's a really interesting approach from both teams on the CT sides. We saw Viperio taking A main every single round. They had really good executions, getting that information on that side of the map. Whereas Laser Cats, they weren't fighting in towards A main. They were just smoking it off. They were playing more aggressively towards the extremities, and they played lovely Counter-Strike when they got those advantages, when they got those opening picks. And I think, if anything, that's way more damning for Vipero. The fact that they were the ones who were able to take A main on the CT side, yet they couldn't fight Laser Cats, who didn't take A main once. Laser Cats didn't take A main once, yet they still got 12 rounds in a row. Very disappointing there for Vipero on their map pick. That puts Laser Cats 1-0 up on this best of 3. And we're moving on to Laser Cats map pick of Nuke, I believe, coming up next after this quick break. Hello and welcome back to United21 Season 27. We're in the middle of this best of three between Viperio and Lasercats. The winner makes it through to the playoffs, topping Group B. Heading on to Lasercats' map pick here of Nuke after they made it a 12-round comeback to win Train 13-11. 12 rounds in a row. Magic's looking to make it 13. Early headshot straight on towards Switcher. Scrimo finds a delayed trade. 4 versus 4. Lasercats, after getting that aggression towards outside, get some information. They set themselves up for a quick pop. Straight down towards the vent. But Zodi lies in wait. And the spacing, the trading is non-existent. Suddenly the Lasercats players, they separate. They spread out and allows Zodi to isolate 2 players one at a time. 2 versus 3. Nicotine trying to get back up the vent, but it's high risk. He's got to try and do it without getting felled by Zodi. Does receive some damage in the process, but rushing this bomb plant is successful. From a minute down to 40 seconds. Mate tries to come in through towards Hut, but 1-for-1 trade. Nicotine now in the 1 versus 2, already on half health. Bomb, I think he's going to be stuck here. Full 10 seconds ticked by Zodi. Nicotine searching for that fight, but Scrimo has the angle held. Difficulty with that bomb plant position. While it is one of the safest plants on the A site, exposed to the least amount of angles, does make it easier for the CTs to defuse it. At least certainly on a pistol round where you can't really go for the wall bangs. Bomb plant does allow Lasercats to go for a force buy here. 1 AK on Temple, 1 Galil on Nikiti, UMP on Magila, Magic on a Scout, Yoboku on a Tech 9. It's a full assortment of weapons. Magila's actually going to be the one to find the opening with the UMP onto Zodi. As he fights in towards main, that buys space for Viperio to get their way in towards, or Lasercats to get their way in towards Secret. Temple isolated. Yuboku has found a pick on towards this top site. Back turn, but pivots around with the M4A4. In the chaos, Lasercats have found an empty A bomb site. Or at least they've emptied it out themselves. Des trying his best to try and save onto this AK. Here's the step for the Magic. Goes for a peek, but down to 2 HP. He simply won't survive the bomb at all. Yuboku finishes him off beforehand. So a tied scoreline. Lasercats find the second round break. Breaking the bank of Viperio. Forcing them onto a double eco. Off the back of some orchestrated chaos, the outside smokes, Magila lurking through them, getting scrappy, keeping the attention of the players staring at the smokes. As Lasercats down the vent, again more chaos, or down towards Secret. Again, further pulling the rotations of Viperio. Now Viperio have majority pistols to work with on this run. One trade moving towards Secret. They're getting that MP9 into the action. Junior mate flushed out. Molly Magila, did he spot the shoulder? I don't think he did. At least he certainly will now. Receives a dink in the process. HE eventually finishes him off. So man advantage now here for Viperio, or for the Laser Cat, sorry. The time ticking down, there's not much left for Laser Cats. They're sitting content with with garage control. Now they start to shift towards this A site, but there's two players stacked, but Switcher caught, dropping down out of the heavens, leaving Zodi 18 seconds. Off of that chaos, the Zodi causes, Scrimo strikes up the vent. 13 seconds left, the 5-7s win their fight at range. Into the 1 versus 1, Yaboku, Scrimo disengages from the fight. Isolates Yaboku, and just like that, Viperio, they successfully hold that top site. Laser Cats, a massive fumble there. They get a 2-man advantage, or well, a 1-man advantage after the initial trade. A 4 versus 3. And they just sit outside doing nothing, twiddling their thumbs, until there's not enough time for them to hit this A site cleanly. The site in which Viperio actually had stacked. Well, yes, only 2 of the 3 players were actually on the site. The third Scrimmer was in a position to pounce to come in through the vent. Execution here from Laser Cats. A pop with a lurk smoke out of the hut. But it's not successful. A good hold. Scrimo and Switcher to find 1 apiece. Magic off the back of this, taken hell control. Judy May knows it's a possibility, so he's going to walk into this angle. Spots 2, but only takes down 1. He can now pick up the M4, reloads it, makes some noise on the ladder. Switcher in a very awkward spot here. Viperio have gambled the rotation down 2 towards lower. Time ticks by, they pull another player up. Decide to play retake towards B. Zodi helps Switcher hold the A site. Contact taking Nicotine towards the heavens. Is it enough of a distraction for Yaboku? Good for 1, but then Switcher activates. Low on bullets, will finish off Nicotine. He slides down on the site. So Viperio now up to a 3rd. Eco here for Laser Cats. Hero going to be making light work. I say light work. Cheeky Deagle on towards Dest. Junior may also dink down, so 2 kills. It's into a 3-on-3. Suddenly a heavy load now for Viperio to lift. And Switcher overwhelmed, isolated. These are 3 fights taken by Viperio, 1 at a time towards outside. Not pressuring Laser Cats, giving them so much room to take these fights with the Deagles. Zodi. Not exactly clean onto Magic. Doesn't finish him off. Zodi again in this slightly awkward spot in front of the squeaky door. Finds Nicotine, finds Temple, just a low HP and Magic. Up in towards Mustang, 20 seconds, eventually he'll have to make a noise. Drops down on towards Zodi, but it's not clean. on these sprays with the M4A1S. The Viperio stay afloat. Zodi collecting a quad in a 2 versus 3. But again, it was an eco for Laser Cats. It was just a couple deagles. They still got 3 kills. And a 3 versus 5, actually. They made it from a 3 versus 5 to a 3 versus 2. I mean, it's going to take a lot for Viperio, in all honesty, to mentally reset after choking an 11-1 lead on Train. Again, for those of you who missed it, Train, the map pick of Viperio, they started on the CT side because Laser Cats, for some reason, chose the T side. 11-1. To then lose 12 rounds in a row and lose 13-11. Scrimo. Certainly not happy with that result, so he's going to take matters into his own hands here. Find an opening kill onto Yaboku. With an aggressive plane towards the hut. To catch the spam off guard. Dry fight from Nikity. Hello, Scrimo dropping out of the hut. Even finds the second. Poor trading on Laser Cats. I'm not sure what the idea was there. Even Temple in a 1 versus 5. Looks like Temple just going to save a gun here. This was a full investment for Laser Cats. They'd empty their bank accounts. Well, yes, Temple, by surviving, won't get any cash and he'll stay on $0. But the AK, the Kevlar, arguably worth more. Can work with a hero rifle next round. So half investment comes through. Tech 9's Kevlar, some upgraded pistols with Temple's AK. Going to be using that rifle towards outside. Fighting in front of these smokes. See if he can lurk his way in towards main. Set Laser Cats up for a split, but main held by Dez. In towards garage. The split, off of the contact, they pounce. They isolate Scrimo, the lone defender of the site. Switches flank. Caught, domed by the Tech 9. Not ready for this, but Dez, Zodi. They're enough together to wipe out the Laser Cats. Yeah, another little set piece there from Laser Cats. Trying to pull the rug out from under Viperio. Temple's contacting towards main. It's foiled quickly. The pounce comes through. That in itself almost works. Without that extra piece of Temple, without that AK. Over on Temple, Des and Zodi able to clean up. Okay, round and break. Got the full investment coming back out for Laser Cats, but this time they've got the AWP on Magic. A sniper rifle, and I believe the first sniper rifle we've had this map. 8 rounds in already. Oh, beautiful HE. Finish off Magila. Oh, Juni May spotted, but a missed shot. Eventually traded. Temple and Yaboku, but Zodi Swings through the back of red with a lovely transfer to find 2 headshots. Perfect time. The thing is, Lasercats, they were winning fights. They had gotten those opening kills. Yuboku wanting towards the A site. Druni May eventually traded in towards Africa. But they still neglect Zodi. Even though Zodi was the one to find the first kill in the round, they knew Zodi was still back red. They still weren't ready enough to stop his swing. Leaves Yuboku in the clutch. Gonna try and recover the bomb. He'll silently drop off the ladder. But Zodi's in a great spot to jiggle for info on that pixel. Drop an incendiary. A couple flashes, just try and delay. Keep Yuboku at bay. Yuboku ready for it. What it's done is bought time for Switcher to close in on this flank. Bomb picked up, there's smoke dropped, but there we go. Yuboku not ready. Switcher so soon. The effect of that utility from Zodi after spotting him. He just delayed, bought time. Yes, he didn't get the kill. Yes, he eventually died. But the utility was to buy time to set up the contingency plan. Another half investment from Lasercats. Lots of utility considering they're working on majority pistols. There's 1 kill on Yuboku. Indicates to me an intention for a set piece here. Making a lot of noise on the T roof. That should alert Vipero here. Hearing all these steps on the T roof, they should rotate a player down early. Say down or up towards this top site. The mollies come raining in. Try and push Vipero into some uncomfortable positions, but they find the first 2 openings. Eventually, they are traded. But Lasercats take no space off the back of this. Instead, slow things down, but not ready for Dez to come back up the vent, coming on the flank and find 2. Vipero assault the Lasercats. They withstand that A site execution. The tactical balls for Lasercats. We didn't see many of those. At least not from Lasercats in map 1. Whereas Vipero used all 4 of theirs. And number 10, and finally, Vipero have their own AWP up on Unimate. In a while, but immediately, it's down on the floor. Yuboku finds the opening on towards the ramp, makes it 2 as he cuts down the rotation of Switcher. Scrimo tries to save face, but only good for 1 for 1. Zodi the rotation down towards this lower site. Be aware of the possibility, but Zodi wins the fight. Nikiti goes down for free. And Vipero aren't in a position, or Lasercats, sorry, aren't in a position to react to that information. They're still searching towards outside. And I think the only way they lose this round is if they do not trade. So the more they split up, if Majila goes for a lurk, he risks making it a 2 versus 2. Losing that advantage. He has made a couple steps, which will indicate to Zodi and Dez the location of these players. Going to be creeping in. Initially, they were going to go towards main, but I think they might try and save now. Despite them, I believe, having more than enough money for the rest of the half. At the very least, this save from Des and Zodi should guarantee they've got enough money. Laser Cat's going to be saving him towards T-spawn. That's exactly where Viperio sit and wait to find a couple exits, and they'll mow down all three. So a costly round there for Laser Cats. Coming into round 11, only 2 rounds left in the half. They won't have the best buy possible. They won't have those AKs. Well, it's not as many. They'll have a couple Galils in place on Magila and Temple. And those who chose those AKs, Magic and Yaboku, will be lacking a full belt of grenades. Early outside smokes. Temple can be shifting behind them. Magila lurks in front of them. Stairs to find the first frag. Magila overplays his hand. A dry walk from Nikiti out in towards the top site. Traded 1 for 1, but Dez is now in place. And this pop from Laser Cats, it just looks so uninspired. You lose one player outside, you think that you have the time, and you decide to just walk out of hut. Now, those sorts of plays will work on a lot of maps, right? Going for just sort of a bit of util towards one side of the site, one side of the map, and then contacting somewhere else, trying to catch the players off guard. But on Noob, you can't just contact that top site like that. At least, not hut. You can probably get away with it door, but not hut. Come out of hut, there's just way too many angles to clear, especially with how slow that was. It's not like they bursted. Not like they could scale either side. No, just one person walks out, exposed to suddenly all the angles, has to clear 5 angles at once. You can't afford that when you've got a man disadvantage. Speaking of man disadvantages, final round of the half, it's a 3 versus 2. Laser Cats tried a little bit more pace here with these weaker weapons, brawling towards outside, and lo and behold, they have got it into a 2 versus 2. A minute on the clock, just over. Now up to them to try and play with these rotations. They're going to slip down the vent on towards the B site. At the moment, it is open as Viperio chosen to clear lobby. They get ready to burst. Now the single door, knowing that the door makes a sound cue. Plant this bomb. The steps, the rotation of the Viperio plays. They decide to go loud. Buys them plenty of time to set themselves up for this retake, but it means their positions are known, which is... Why is Yaboku looking towards... You've heard both the steps of the players in lobby running towards ramp. What is this round from Laser Cats? You've got a 2 versus 2. You planted towards Toxic. You've surely heard both of the players running in lobby. Both of the CTs, Viperos, running from lobby to ramp. There's 2 sets of steps. You know it wasn't just one step. Unless the comms were too crowded and people were talking and they couldn't hear the steps or they weren't sure how many. If the comms were clear, if they had good comms, then they should have known that there was 2 players coming towards the ramp. And if that's the case, they could have played that much better. Whoever the play was running towards single door, not the play. You're exposed. You're inviting yourself into a fight which you can't control. Especially with how fast that rotation was. If you'd sprinted, you would have beaten them. And got that noise, you would have survived. Then you could have played the bomb. But you decided to shift. Which meant you're stuck in a fight you can't control. Either way, Viperio up 10, but we've seen them lose stronger leads than this. See if they can at least convert this one. It's aggressive rush out the hut. Zodi strafing wide, unbothered. Eventually, main is smoke. Stops Temple. Firing off a couple shots. Early mollying towards Heavens. And beautiful post-plant utility. They don't use utility to take the site. They use it to stop the retake. Hello, Temples. Some lovely quick shots into the 2 versus 2. Health low on these Viperio players. Bomb tapped. Bomb, in fact, stuck. Wait a minute, the bomb's not planted for them. It's a full 10-second stick. Scrimo has to hunt them down. Just 2 seconds left. Eventually gets Temple off the bomb. Not enough time to defuse now. Just about a 1 versus 2 from Scrimo. But again, that's a 3 versus 5. And it goes down to a 2 versus 1. Vipiro struggling with these man advantages here on Nuke. They do just about convert them. But they let these rounds get so close. Forced buy from Laser Cats. Again, attempting the second round break. Couple MP9s and then 4 in Temple. He managed to survive, keep his Kevlar alive. Sending in Scout. Viperio. Heavy hold into lobby. Holding for any potential lobby aggression. The thing is, with this pressure in towards lobby, the Scout... Actually, the Scout on Magic taken down. It's the M4 on Temple who's able to hold outside with free reign. Pushing back. Outside smoke's thrown and it baits the Laser Cats players into crunching lobby off of a reaction to those smokes. Viperio was still sat lying in wait for that reaction to happen, and finally Viperio get themselves up onto 12. Something they could not do on train. The force buy for Laser Cats, they have to force onto this one. But an extra round loss bonus, they can afford primary weapons. MP9s and a Famus. The MP9s try and get aggressive in towards lobby, going for the crunch, and Magila successful. At least at finding the first 2. Viperio, patient as ever, find a trade, but Magila still kicking, still doing damage with this SMG. An attempt at dropping a squeaky smoke. I realise Magila's doubled his kills already in this one round. Gone from 3 to 6. Contact play from Viperio, keeping it simple. The 2 versus 3, they walk outside using the rifles at range. They completely catch Laser Cat sleeping. 1 versus 1. Dez gets the bomb planted. Goku links in through the hut and will find Dez before he can safely get himself into post-plant position. The defuse come through. Laser Cats get the 3rd. So, we saw Laser Cats get 12 in a row on train. This time they only need 9. 10 if you include that last one. Saw how much better their CT sides were compared to their T. It goes for both sides. Switcher. Attempting to get messy in towards the squeaky door, but Magila wins that fight every day of the week. Viperio. Outside smoke's thrown. Des fighting in front. Bit of a distraction. Magila traded 1 for 1. Should know this is a possibility, and he does. Domes Temple. Puts into a 3-on-3. Laser Cat's advantage slips away. Nicotine just jump spotting here. Towards a single door. As he spots them, he can dump his HE. Try and soften them up. Repositions towards the new box. Mollied off. Drops a lovely little flashbang here. Doesn't blind anyone though. And the movement, the speed of this MP9. Oh, but Yaboku, the spray over the top of the smoke. Still focused, trying to deal with Nicotine. Nicotine does such a good job there at staying alive, at being a distraction, dropping util, buying time for his teammates to rotate in, being a nuisance. On Viperio, their attention was fully focused on Nicotine. It's a shame they didn't commit to that wall bang, otherwise they would have dealt with him sooner. They could turn around, focus their attention on the rest of the Laser Cats players, but instead, the back turn, they're decimated. Laser Cats get a 4th, Viperio down, pistols onto the eco. And, oh, Magila. Curiously aggressive there. Punished by Junimei. HE will soften him up as he drops over the MP9 to Dezd. Iboku's still rocking this AUG. Saw him use it a little bit on train. Interesting choosing to use this weapon despite it being more expensive after we saw the M4A4 even have its price reduced. He has found a fair few kills with it there on that round. Eventually traded by that MP9. Magic looking to cleanly deal with the rest of these Viperio players. Even saving the Orc via Boku. Again, Switcher trying to apply pressure in towards the squeaky door. But Magila comes out on top, at least as far as the damage is concerned here. Tag Switcher to half HP. Diagonal smoke's thrown again. HEs to try and blow them open. Grants Temple vision and it wins the fight against Junimei. Gets information that there's at least another player. The spam comes through in response. Viperio. They get Dezd in towards Secret, and the rest of them fall back in towards lobby to group up with Switcher. Now this is the kind of round where perhaps a contact outdoor could work. I say that, and you've got 3 players still focused on this top site. Laser Cats have read this well. On top of that, Dezd coming in towards the vent, trying to keep up with his teammates. Nicotine holds a lovely off angle, traded 1 for 1. In fact, he just cleared out the vent for his teammates to come down with him. Scrimo tries to hold, but doesn't anticipate Magila to be tucked in towards main. Iboku 1 for 1. He's Zodi in the clutch. Bomb planted in the smoke. Cover provided. He can use this smoke as well to dance around, to try and isolate fights. Can hear Magila jumping up, but that's when Temple comes in with a peek. Just 2 points of health. He cut down the last Viperio player. Half investment for Viperio. Still on Kevlar once more, but a hero AK on Zodi. Switcher again. Constantly trying to take fights in the squeaky door, but it's so one-dimensional. It's the same thing each round from him. Opens the door, tries to take fights, tries to apply pressure. But Laser Cats are loving these fights. It's what they want. Now they continue to search for these fights towards outside. Not a single kill for Viperio, and again Temple survives on next to no health. I think the Viperio have got to be thinking in the back of their heads, not again. Not like this. With how disastrous the second half of Train was, you just know that in the back of their heads, they're wondering, the same will happen here on Nuke. At the very least, on this map they found 12. Magic going for an AWP pick. Goes straight through the flames on the top of the hut. Takes a lot of damage for it, but it's worth it. He can then, off the top of hut, jump over Squeaky and peek from the opposite side. And again, Switcher dealt with. He's been so one-dimensional on these lobby lurks. With opening Squeaky door, always being ready to take a fight. But Laser Cats are winning the fights time and time again, Switcher. It's time to switch it up. At the very least, Scrimmo will find Magila. Dez tries to creep through a smoke. This is, again, so desperate for Viperio. As they're losing round after round, they're starting to resort to taking these solo fights, trying to make plays, trying to be the player who finds the timing to get the multi-kill, to give them that one round that they need. But in doing so, they're just throwing away opportunities. They had the 4 versus 4. It's all slipping away. Scrimmo left in the clutch. Down to 14 points of health. 24 seconds. Picks up the bomb. There's barely any time for him to work this clutch. Event being held. Yaboku. Mangle on the top site. And there you have it. Laser Cats have 8. Viperio bank broken again. Lobby hold for Viperio with these pistols. See Laser Cats considering a bit of a lobby crunch here. 2 towards ramp, 2 towards hut. Contact comes through. Scrimmo pivoting with the AK has found 2. Found the man advantage. Switcher. Finally his antics towards the door pay off. A bit of pressure, or lack thereof even. Laser Cats neglects that part of the map. Scrimmo taps the bomb, presence of mind to find Temple. He's magic in a 1 versus 3. Viperio giving him the fights. The HE is being thrown back and forth. The health low on a lot of these players. The molly pushes him back. Smoke to extinguish. Gives him enough space in the forward hold. And Scrimmo is the one to finish it off with the quad kill. Finally, Viperio have found 13. Finally, they've taken a map, and it's their opponent's map pick of Nuke, and you can't help but wonder if only they had one single T round on train, this would have been a 2-0 for them, but instead we're neck and neck. We're 1-1, and we'll be moving over to the final map of this best of 3 of Anubis after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to United21 Season 27 here in this winners match of Group B between Viperio and Lasercats. Heading on to the third map here of Anubis. Currently 1-1 in this series. We've got the knife round underway to decide who starts on what side. Now, a recurring theme throughout this series so far is both sides having very poor T-sides. We saw over on Train an 11-1 first half for Viperio on their map pick, and they then went on to lose 12 in a row to lose 13-11. We then saw on Nuke another 10-2 half for Viperio, where they only just managed to close that one out, I believe 13-8, 13-9. So again, both sides are struggling on their T-sides, and on Nuke, especially on the T-sides, it was quite noticeable. Viperio had very few options. Again, it wasn't their map pick. It might not be a map which is incredibly high in their map pool, but they looked very uninspired, and it's quite damning, especially if you're or Zodi, the IGL, that you're not coming up with solutions, some ideas for mid-round, late round. Again, obviously the players themselves weren't doing much better. You had Switcher going for the exact same play, round in, round out towards Lobby, who was getting abused by Lasercats on the CT side. But here we're swapping over from the two most CT-sided maps in the pool to the most T-sided map in the pool. And Lasercats will start on that offensive side. We're investing a smoke and a flash, 4 sets of Kevlar over on Lasercats. Whereas on Viperio, it's the same, but a smoke and a kit instead. He said there's a PT50 in play over on Magic. So it's a very slow start for Lasercats. Just spread out, looking for information, seeing if they can piece together what setup Viperio are running. They've already spotted one player peeking towards mid, one towards B, holding for any potential aggression. They're not coming through, so it's just a case of, okay, what passive setup are they holding? What are they playing with? CTs don't have any utility to delay to stop an execution, so they are having to sit blind, relying on their setups, relying on their shots, but Junie May is missing and has missed, and Temple and Magic have pounced. They've taken that opportunity. 3 kills in quick succession on that B-bomb site, leaving Switcher and Scrimmo 2 versus 5. Switcher his way on in with a P2K. The simple 3-2-1 swing from Lasercats, and they'll hunt down the last player. Just one consolidation kill from Scrimmo. And again, a quick reminder as to what's at stake here on this match. Not just match, but this map. It is playoffs on the line. Both of these two teams won their opening games. Now looking to top the group, secure a spot in playoffs. As I mentioned in the start of the pre-game, before we even got the Train, Viperio came second in the last United21. Very disappointing for them. They aren't able to reproduce that result at the very least. Slow start for Lasercats. Some good utility to work the map control. Viperio not having the weapons nor the grenades to keep Lasercats at bay. Lasercats will get the bomb site and get that bomb planted. Viperio may be tempted to save here. Junior May, oh my goodness, caught sleeping at the wheel. Nicky literally walked into his crosshair and reacted late on that swing. Junior May just didn't pull the trigger. Laser Cats take the second round without any casualties. Opportunity for them to build bank, and with cash in reserve, it means they can afford to lose players. Hunting, trying to take weaponry away. Viperio, with that save on 3 players, means they can get another stab and upgraded eco. Still an eco around them, not invested in anything here. They've saved over MP9's Kevlar. It's given them a much greater opportunity than if they were working with just pistols. Bit of missed utility in towards middle from Magila. And missed red room smoke. Or missed window smoke. Switcher actually the lone defender of B up close in towards B main. Just jiggling. It's just a very compromised position. A split will just destroy him here. Shoulder spotted. Nicotine lets loose on the Mac 10 and that's it. B site open for business. G-Law holds for this mid push. Scrimo gives up the first fight. No trade potential behind it. Viperio now gather with 3 players. Going to be buying next round regardless. These weapons aren't worth saving. Kevlar, on the other hand, perhaps. But again, it's messy. Viperio not clean on these kills. Zodi trying to see if he can at least get 1 kill, do some economic damage. Junior May would love to find 1 here on the Mac 10. Give him the cash to find an AWP more easily. But no. We'll be able to afford the AWP regardless here on the first gun round, but that $600 kill on a Mac 10 would have been the difference between getting some extra utility or perhaps a helmet behind his Kevlar. And a helmet will be useful considering there's 4 weapons on the Laser Cat side that will now have the potential to one-shot him, which if he had a helmet, they wouldn't. Those cats will set themselves up in towards B main. An early set piece using these SMGs to try and get them effective. Junior May's the first to find the opening with the AWP. MP9's close the distance. Yaboku, in fact, whips out the USP to finish off Des. It's a free upgrade, a man advantage for Laser Cats. They secure the bomb site and they secure a bomb plant. And 3 versus 4, that's it. Viperio should turn around and save again. Zodi's gotten out of there, running towards the A site. Scrimo is sticking around. They're trying, perhaps pad his stats, but there's no reason, Scrimo. You need to go and save. Perhaps not wanting to get caught retreating, so waiting to find the right time to retreat. You could argue. The bomb is small on Anubis. You will survive relatively close to the bomb site. Three weapons saved for Viperio does ensure them a full buy here. If they'd lost just 1 player, perhaps then they would have been tempted to go for an eco or at least a buy with a compromise with a player down to an MP9. But instead, it is 4 rifles, 4 M4s, plus that AWP of Junior May. It's currently a simple 1-1-3 setup for the CTs. Smoking towards camera will blind Junior May. They'll lose vision of mid, and it pulls a heavy rotation from Viperio. This is some good pressure from LaserCats. They pressure mid, they take mid control, they blind middle. They also pressure and take off A main. That makes this A site very compromised, very vulnerable to an A split. And because of that, Viperio, they compensate on the rotation, pulling 2 players away from B up onto middle to try and retake mid. But that's exactly when LaserCats, they just shift back over towards the B site and start to pressure. It's beautiful from LaserCats. Beautiful Counter-Strike. Viperio played like a fiddle. This is one of the reasons why Anubis is so T-sided. It's not just because of the T starting with so much map control, starting with that freedom to play so slow for the first 30 seconds and just burn out utility from the CTs. But it's also those super quick rotations. And it's double-faceted as well. The mid rotation has such a quick pull and rotate over towards B main. And then the A main rotation has such a quick pull and rotation all the way towards connector, towards cave. From making it look like an A split, from attacking A from 2 separate angles, mid and A main, you can immediately, with the click of a finger, be turned around and pivoted to be splitting B from 2 separate angles, from B main and con. And with some good utility to actually blind Viperio as well. So not only do they take that map control, apply that pressure, they also blinded them. So Viperio couldn't see that they'd fallen off, couldn't see how many players were behind the smokes. I mean, the Viperio had to respect that. They had to then make that rotation. They had to either gamble or make a rotation. And they chose the latter, the rotation, and left them open on that B site. Just entrusting the one player to defend and one player to fall. But again, from Viperio, it's another 1-3-1. They're still able to invest. Again, thanks to the save, thanks to the money built up. Again, from the saving. But it's another timid 1-3-1 Viperio. Not pressuring LaserCats whatsoever here. Just blocking, just burning utility, burning grenades away. Again, like I mentioned, when I mentioned how T-sided this map is, this is the primary reason. Because the Ts can take their time and just squeeze the CT's drive, any grenades, any utility in Magila. Oh, look at this aggressive play, and the flash is so good, but the whiff, the spray is so bad. Such good opportunity there to cause some havoc, to cause some chaos, but oh, I really do not like that. Scrimo, I'm not sure if he was flashed or if he underhanded flashed into the smoke. Regardless, you've got a man advantage. You then give it up in an untradeable position. That play in and itself isn't awful if there's trade potential. It's the trading that needs to happen when you've got this man advantage. Quick rotation from LaserCats over to try and split this B bomb site, but it's red. Viperio have the players in position, but do they have the setup? Yes, they do. Dez baited in, tucked in towards Darpa, runs out of bullets, traded into the 2-on-2. Zodi's flank coming in through the water. HE. Ooh, that could have been enough to finish him off there. Smoke faded. And Zodi whiffs. Magic takes the fight with full determination, leaving the Danish AWPer for Viperio in a clutch scenario to try and earn them their first round. We'll tap the bomb to try and bait out a peek. Peek comes through from Magic. The steps made, and that's exactly when Nicotine comes in with the swing. Back turn, the LaserCats keep a clean 6. And this is the thing with Anubis, why it requires much more high-level Counter-Strike on that CT side. And I'll be honest, it's something which Viperio did do on their CT side over on Train, which got them that 11-1 half. Was that any aggressive plays that Viperio made, they always did it together. Whereas here, Not only they're not making those plays, they've slowed right down, they've stagnated, which is fair because it's very difficult to make those aggressive plays on Anubis because the T's will just sit for the first 30, 40 seconds, just sat waiting for those, anticipating aggressive plays for the first 30 seconds in the round. But what then makes it hard is the fact that then those plays are not made together. Like that play from Scrimo in towards A main, even if he was flashed in by a teammate, that's not enough. It has to have trade behind it. It has to have someone there so that if the first player falls, there is trades, the map control is then gained and information maintained. Switcher jiggling in towards B main. BO3 tries to punish, but is unsuccessful. There's... That's fine, Magila, but in the meantime, Temple has actually cleared out this A site. Lasercat's going on a full rotation. And oh my goodness, Viperio look to chase. 3 players trying to hunt down the Lasercats. Coming out through B main and... Oh, but Lasercats, they turn, they hear the steps to try and establish a firing squad. And they do eventually mow them down. Losing only 1 player in the process. Leaving Dez in this clutch scenario. Magic going to be going a long way around towards Carpet. But Dez has heard these steps. Dez is aware. So we'll reposition into this off angle, but there's lots of time on the board. Lasercats do not need to rush this. This is composed from Magic. He doesn't need to force his way in towards this A site. He can sit and hold. He doesn't need to make the decision. He can wait for Dez to do that for him. So Dez will try and push in towards A main and is successful at isolating Temple. And I like that from Lasercats. Magic was waiting for Temple to group up to join him, so that they could take the fight together, so they had that trade potential. But Dez takes matters into his own hands and has read this rotation beautifully. Dez, the 1 versus 2 is enough to get Viperio their first round on the board. An overloaded stack, and this is what I'm talking about when it comes to this CT side aggression. Sometimes this aggression doesn't have to be just as simple as taking map control on a default setup. Sometimes it has to be gamble stacks. It has to be leaving parts of the map open. On that setup, they left mid wide open. They had 4 players on towards the B site. With those 4 players, they held out early on, and their reaction, because they had 4 players there, was to go for a 3-man push in towards B main. That meant they took those fights together. It meant they had the numbers in place to overload, to get aggressive. Although I do fear that now that they have the weapons back in play, now that they have the AWP, the M4 as a utility, they are falling back towards this vanilla default, this 2-3 split. Again, leaving mid open, giving Magila lots of space. Space which Lasercats are taking. Yaboku, A main in his control. Magila slinking in through this camera smoke. Scrimo stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's a matter of timing. Does he get caught with his back turned? No, Magila doesn't pull the trigger just yet. Instead, he fades back towards house, and ooh, I'm not sure if Switcher spotted the shoulder there. I think he may have. Spots the shoulder again, gets confirmation. This is information, big information from Switcher. Allows for these players to be in position. The issue is Lasercat still with a man advantage, still grouped up. All they had to do was trade out, and that's exactly what they do. Despite Viperio having the info, despite them having the numbers on the site, they didn't have the numbers in the round. Because Viperio get their first round, the fact that only 1 player survived on it is damaging to their economy. And they lose 1 back, and they're on a pistol round on an eco. Zodi finally tries to shut down Majila's mid-control. Something which Majila's been able to take round after round after round for free. Majila caught off guard by a player being pushed up so far solo. And again, it's all about trade potential. There was none on that mid plate from Majila. Laser Cats look to accelerate here on B. Laser Cats slow it right down, and Nikiti just pivots on a dime and collects the last 3 players for Viperio. And this is, again, another reason why Viperio are struggling so much right now. Not just because their fundamental style of play, the understanding of how Anubis works is lacking, but also just their fundamentals in Counter-Strike are lacking with their trades, with their team play. They have the numbers on these sites, but the crossfires just aren't there. Their setups aren't there. They're not playing off of one another as effectively as they could be. Admittedly, on Anubis, well, also on that B site, it's difficult to do so. But it's still a requirement of Counter-Strike. We do have a quick technical pause, hopefully one that can get resolved as quick as possible. This technical pause is just going to allow Viperio to sit and stew in knowing that, again, all they needed was 1 round over on train to close this out. Again, for those who missed it, this series started 2 maps ago, where Viperio on their own map pick dominated their CT side 11-1, only to then not win a single T round and lose 13-11. If they just won 1 round, this game would have been over by now. It would have been 2-0 as they managed to win on Nuke. But instead, they're here on Anubis, potentially facing quite an upset. As Laser Cats are honestly walking all over Viperio, a Viperio who are looking honestly very uninspired. Just as the technical pause is over, we have Laser Cats calling a tactical pause. Again, as Viperio were stewing in the fact that they are down 8-1 here on map 3. Laser Cats forced them to stew for another 30 seconds. Those cats slow the tempo down again. Some early util in towards middle to try and push Zodi back. It's successful. He's now blind. He now is unaware as to whether Magila is close or not. In the meantime, Laser Cats grouping up all 5 players towards this A site, looking to test Scrimo. Util deployed, smoke to block, lurk smoke to allow cover for Laser Cats to push out behind. Scrimo, a lovely off angle, good for 1. Still up on top of this ledge, overwhelmed. Yaboku was the one to find the openings, the entries on towards the bomb site to cut down both Scrimo and Zodi. And just like that, a 4 versus 3, a man advantage for Laser Cats as they plant on this A site. Plenty of utility to lock out Vipero. It's another save. It's a simple round, a bit of pressure in towards mid. Vipero simply don't react to that pressure. They sit in a 3-2. And Laser Cats, not only do they take B main, but they follow all the way through a full execution on towards the A site. But again, we saw on pretty much one of the first gun rounds from Laser Cat, they did a very similar thing. They took mid, they took A main, and then after getting the initial engagements, they immediately sprinted back in towards a B split between B and Connector. So in the back of Vipero's heads, when they're seeing the pressure in towards mid, when they're seeing A main being taken and lots of players being seen in A main, they're still thinking in the back of their heads, what if they do just turn around and split B? What if they don't commit? And therefore Vipero, they don't react. They sit still. They're stagnant in their indecision. They don't take matters into their own hand. They're not disruptive. They're not decisive. They're stagnant. They're lifeless. Lifeless as a corpse. Again, Magila given mid control. Given a 1 versus 1 to fight here. And the thing is from Vipero is there's no real adaptation. I say that. This might be the one. The mid-round push, a 2-man play to try and deal with Magila, to hunt him down. And, oh, they fall back. They don't commit, and they make steps. Oh, Vipero, this is such a half-assed push. Magila just to creep back into that map control that they lost. The execution comes through on towards this A site to set up Magila to come through in towards camera. The fight, a double swing taken as the HE blows open the mid-smoke. Magila then activates and trades into the 3-on-3, and he's already in a forward position to try and deal with these rotating players. And Switcher, headshot immediately through the smoke. Another man advantage for Laser Cats. And this is what I don't get from Vipero, as I was about to say before that mid-push came in from them, is that they're still adamant in sitting in 3 towards B, 2 towards A. They're not adapting. They're not changing that setup. The only change is maybe whether Junie May is one of the players towards B or one of the players towards A. That's the only difference that they've made. But round after round after round, Magila is solo taking middle, getting map control, applying pressure. Now, Vipero, they may be choosing to just ignore him. Choosing to say, okay, we know Magila's going to be lurking. We know he's going to be there. We know that he's not really going to be taking mid control on those splits. He's there to be an lurk, to kind of cause presence, cause chaos. So they're choosing, okay, we know he's supposed to be a distraction, so let's focus our attention towards A main, towards the B site. But what I don't get is why don't they start in a 1-2-2 and start aggressive towards mid and fight Magila and take him down and get that early advantage? My only thought process is that they're paranoid of a fast reaction to that aggression, so Laser Cat's then reacting by taking B, for example, with it being weaker. Okay, finally, some form of aggression, but again, it's not aggression to deal with Magila. Never mind, it works. There's a second layer of defense in middle, cuts him down. The reaction, which I believe Vipero feared, does come through of Nikiti taking B main control, taking out on towards this B site, but surely these steps have been heard. No, he's not cleared. He's sat on towards default. He's caught Switcher completely off guard. Perhaps this is why Viperio was so paranoid, so scared of leaving that B site open by gambling. It's 11-1. But this is the thing. This is why it's so low-level CS, in my opinion, that Viperio are playing here right now. Is because they're saying, okay, if they're reasoning, this is just hypothetically, if this is their reasoning for not going 1-2-2 and staying 3B 2A and not fighting Magila. If they were scared that by fighting Magila and trying to kill Magila, dealing with the lurk so you know you don't have to worry about him, so then you could focus on having a man advantage. If the reason why they weren't doing that is because they're scared of a reaction towards B, then they should change their B setup. They should adapt their B setup to the change in setup. They should play retake. If they're going 1-2-2 and you're scared of exactly what Nicity did just there, of pushing in towards B main, reacting off of the aggression elsewhere on the map, then you should have somebody just sat retake holding for that push. Why don't they just do a 1-2-2? Two players fight Magila. One player blocks towards A main, stops that A main bush. Two players try and kill Magila. The other two players on B, they can either play doubling connector and play retake B from connector, or they can play retake all the way in CT spawn. The other adaptations that can be made in Viperio, they made one adaptation on the final round of regulation in that half. And that was to go for a water control. Not to deal with Magila, not to deal with the clear vulnerability of a player taking mid on his own. Magila had no support, by the way. He was taking it solo, not just at the start, not just in the mid round, but at the start. At the very start of the round, he would be on his own in mid. Very vulnerable. Yet Viperio failed to counter him once. Their game plan was to just let him do it all. And it made them so stagnant, they lost even more map control than the CTs already start with. The CTs already start with barely any of the map control. The only map control they actually really start with on this map is middle. Yet they gave it up and decided to work with none of it. And now it's Viperio's turn to try and make an 11-1 comeback. And again, we've seen it time and time again for Viperio. Their T sides have been very lackluster here. They've won a total of, what, 3 T rounds so far in this entire best of 3. And I believe one of them was a pistol. And the other, perhaps an anti-eco, anti-force buy. It's time they're going for a contact play. Set up with util by Zodi. 4 players walking towards connector. Smoking towards temple. The flashes come through. Nicity not blinded. Nice little off angle. He falls back safely towards CT. Doesn't give up the fight early. Says, hey, playing retake. And in fact, he's gifted one. Gifted one early. Des, high risk play. Tries to cross in towards B main to try and bolster their post plant towards the other extremity. But in doing so, gives LaserCats a man advantage to work with. And look at this from Magic, so patient. He's not even peeking connector. He's hiding all the way back, trying to see and wait for his teammates to take contact so that he can peek in on timing. And in fact, he finds that timing, finds that peek. Temple now comes in to swarm connector, a 2-for-1. Leaves just Zodi in a 1 versus 4 clutch, and that's it. The retake is successful from LaserCats. Viperio fail to get a 4th T round in this entire series. This is what I'm talking about with the gamble, something Viperio just never did. Leaving one player retake. That was such a well-orchestrated, well-planned retake from LaserCats from start to finish. They said, hey, look, we're retaking B from the get-go. From the get-go, we're not holding the B site. They leave Nicity, and he gets one, gets them a man advantage. He knows that Viperio are heavily post-planted towards connector. See, they've not fought him towards CT. They knows they've smoked off temple. His teammates come in on a rotation. And rather than trying to close in on the site altogether, they close in on connector altogether. That's the epicenter of their retake. Connector. Not the B site. Connector. So Magic doesn't peek and fight connector until the rest of his teammates are ready to peek and fight connector as well. Bomb plant allows Viperio the rifles, the weapons to fight, to execute here onto this B site. But it's a stronghold. Trades back and forth, 2 for 2. The initial fight for Viperio was very lackluster. It gives Lasercats this opportunity, but the flash is good. Zodi fully blinded, can't make use of the opportunity he found, creeping in through the smoke. And leaves Scrimo in a 1 versus 2 with all the hopes and dreams of Viperio making it to playoffs in 2. They're all on his shoulders. Smoke towards B main. He locks him out. Now there's a minute on the clock. Lasercats don't hate this setup, just doubling up on the plat. They can stand shoulder to shoulder, watch another's back. Scrimo can sit and wait the smoke out. As that smoke decays, there's the possibility that he could be coming in on flank, coming in towards Temple, towards CT, and he knows that at least one of the players has to respect that. But now he's spotted, information confirmed. Lasercats can coordinate their peek together, and there it is. Peeking at the same time, it's a 13-1 decimation on Anubis. Lasercats destroy Viperio. And honestly, again, Viperio across the entire of this series, they got 3 rounds on their T side. Not a single T round on Anubis, not 1 on Train. They only got 3 on Nuke after a 10-2 half. They choked an 11-1 lead on Train. A 10-2 half on Nuke, they were just able to close out, but Anubis, their CT side, disastrous. Viperio looking very lifeless there. I'm hoping that it was just an off game, because that level of Counter-Strike was very poor coming from them, and Lasercats were able to walk all over them. A very good T side from Lasercats. I'm impressed with them, and that does secure them a spot in the playoffs here, topping Group B. Now, we've got one more game coming up today, another best of 3 in Group B, and that's the losers match. It'll be an elimination match between Preasy and Dark Cloud. That'll be coming up after a quick 20-minute break, so stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this one. Welcome back to United21 Season 27. Today we're going through round 2 games of Group B. We just managed to see Viperio versus Lasercats, which was a very, strange best of 3. We had Viperio throughout the entire 3 maps, winning only 4 T-side rounds. And choking a massive lead. But that put Lasercats to top Group B. Lasercats going through into the playoffs, so 2-0 for them. Now we've got to find out who Viperio will face in that deciders match, as we have the losers match here of round 2. So that will be Preasy versus Dark Cloud. For those who aren't familiar with these teams, Preasy, a Danish team headed by Cillian, who's a kind of a veteran, I'll be honest. Yeah, he's definitely earned that title of a veteran, who's been the leader of a lot of sort of Danish teams which have had a lot of up-and-coming talent coming through them, including the likes of Copenhagen Flames. Versus Dark Cloud, who was a team that only formed at the start of February, I think 16 days ago, which is the core of Anonymous. So 3 players from Anonymous, plus the additions of, let me double check, the additions of Milky and Adrian. So we've got an interesting lineup matchup between these 2 teams. If you want to have a quick look at the Vita, we can see what maps these 2 teams will be playing on. So we can see what the battleground will be for the winner or loser. Inferno, Dust 2, Band out, Ancient and Nuke picked, with Train, Mirage Band and Anubis Decider. Now Nuke, a decent map for Preasy. It's a map which they've played a decent amount within recent history. Not the greatest win rate on HLTV though, a 27% win rate. That might be due to them obviously picking it more likely or more frequently. Ancient coming in for Dark Cloud again. That also makes sense. It was one of their primary picks back when they were on Anonymous, when the core was on Anonymous. So a comfortable map for them. And we'll be kicking off Ancient first things first straight away, with Preasy starting on that CT side, starting on the defensive side of this map. Starting off with this pistol. 4 sets of Kevlar invested over on Dark Cloud. Decent amount of utility. Cancel that. 3 sets of Kevlar. I think one just got refunded. Lots of utility set themselves up for what looks to be a bit of an A split, perhaps. 4 players running in towards mid, straight towards donut. But look at this, Preasy. They have the read. They have the stack. They've done their research. Vigo tucked in towards a donut will isolate the first and the second. A double kill already. And that's before the stack's even been able to activate. Even before it's been able to get engaged. A molly will prevent the temple flush. And hello, quick couple kills. Suddenly it's into a 2-2. Vigo worked so hard to get a 2-man advantage. And now such low health, and Patty, he'll be overwhelmed. Leaves a Cillian. The aforementioned IGL in the clutch scenario. Dancing around the big box. The health on these players is so low, but Nami, a headshot through the box. Dark Cloud will successfully demolish the stack. Will topple the tower on the A site and find their first round here on Ancient. Now just a quick look at the results that these 2 teams have had as of late in United21. Last season, season 26, I believe Anonymous, the core of Dark Cloud, playing Anonymous, and they got grouped. Didn't win a single game, whereas Preasy, they didn't play that season, but they played the season before, and they made it into playoffs before falling quickly to their local competitors of Astralis Talent, but never mind that. We've got a full USP round, which is getting very scrappy. Milky left in a 1 versus 2 scenario and dinked down. A messy spray on towards Becky. Time ticking on this bomb, and Milky has vacated. Tucked himself in towards the bucket. Cillian trying to isolate, find this fight with a Mac 10, but time is ticking down on that clock. There's not enough time for him. He has to find this fight straight away and will do so. Finds Milky. 5 seconds to reach that bomb and get this defuse off, and Dark Cloud have lost the round. Preasy have done it with just USPs. They managed to stack middle, find 1 player searching them towards mid, and that's a common strat. At least it's seen a lot of the times on Ancient, where the CTs will just stack 5 USPs in towards mid when they're ecoed. So the reaction for the Ts, what they often do is do exactly what Dark Cloud just did there. Send 1 player with a Mac 10 to search to find out if it's a stack. If it is, then boom, you react, you take the B-bomb site. If it's not, you get mid-control for free, investing only 1 player in taking it. Issue is there was that extra layer of 1 more player over towards B. Dark Cloud get The player with the Mac 10 gets dominated by Preasy in middle. He falls. Preasy stay grouped up. They find another pick over towards B, and then they swarm the site, overwhelm, and just trade out with the numbers. Dark Cloud's economy in shatters, in tatters. They're going to be getting aggressive, going for an all-in play here on this A site. A full A rush towards CT and Donut to get this bomb planted safely. The question is, where's their post plant? I say post plant, where's the plant? Full stop. Got denied by Vigo, a spam through the smoke. And now Preasy able to blow open these smokes as they fade. There's no longer a safe haven, a safe space for any of these Dark Cloud players to defend the site from. Dark Cloud freeze. They wait for the fights to come their way, and they are. Vigo and Patty give up those engagements into the 2-on-2. Cillian taking point first with the AWP. Trying to set up Becky for the trade with this rifle. Little do they know both players are tucked in towards default. Cillian jumps over the top, finds one. But Nami has isolated Becky. Becky has fallen. And a 2 versus 4 there for Dark Cloud on this A site. I mean, this is back and forth Counter-Strike. Firstly, you've got a glaring error from Dark Cloud on that A site execution. Is okay, where's their post plant? You have to decide this when you hit that A site before you leave A main. Where are you choosing to take? You can't just take the site. You have to either take Temple or Donut. They smoke off Donut from spawn. If they wanted to, they could have fought behind that smoke for them to go through. Or they could have used that smoke to just ignore Temple and fight for ignore Donut, sorry, and fight for Temple. They didn't do any of that, and that's why it went into a 4 versus 2, because they failed in successfully fighting for an extremity. Preasy had all the extremities, meant they could deny the bomb plant. But the 2 versus 4, Preasy didn't need to act. The util fades, and then they peek. First 2 players peek in 1 by 1 with no trade potential onto the 2 remaining Dark Cloud players and give them away into the round. Dark Cloud had no way into that one in a 4 versus 2. No way. But Preasy let them have it. They let them have those solo fights. Brought it into the 2-on-2. And at that point, it's an even state of affairs, and if anything, an advantage to Dark Cloud. It's Preasy now the ones on the economic back foot, using what little utility they have, little weaponry they have in this 4th. They're going for a B lane crunch. Issue is, Dark Cloud was set up the entire time to contact on towards this A site, and after Dashville gets all that info, they pounce, they find Vigo, they isolate him. How's the Cillian got a Galil? How's that happened? I'm really confused. Both the CTs died last round. No one saved for Preasy. So they can't have started off with a Galil. But no one on Dark Cloud is dead. The only thing I can think of is this. Adrian dropped his Galil and picks up the M4 on default, but I don't think he made it that far, did he? I guess it's the only possibility. He must have done. And then dropped the Galil, and then it's been picked up. Oh, we got a replay. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, so the M4 was picked up. The Galil was then chucked forward into CT. Thanks. Shout out to production there for that one. Like, I saw him grab the Galil, but I was like, who dropped it? It must have been Adrian. Yeah, big shout out to that one. It was a successful round. Preasy elected to save on the pistols, see what weaponry that they can use here on middle. But they get demolished. They fight heavy, 3 players, but they lose 1 immediately to the nades in mid. Then the split comes through. Yeah, this is being pulled apart. Another A site. There you go. We'll creep through around the edge of the smoke, but Milky not having any funny business there. Dark Cloud storming away on their 4th. First investment for Preasy. It's still not a great one. They're lacking a lot of utility and lacking some weapons, and also lacking Vigo now, as Nami has found him through the edge of the smoke, stopping that aggression from Preasy, trying to take map control. But again, Dark Cloud, they hit this A site. It's unrelenting. And this time a nice deep smoke in towards Donut gives them more control of that extremity. Cillian will blow it open, but again, because that smoke is so deep, it means when they blow open that smoke, they still don't have vision of the full bomb site and can't deny that plant. And we've already established Preasy, their retakes, even with the man advantages, their retakes have been pretty poor on that A site. With the man disadvantage, they will elect to save again, especially with how poor their economy is. This is a full buy, and they were working with a famous weak utility. Now, with those 4 saved weapons, Preasy could be tempted to go for a full investment, or they could just sit and eco with the weapons that they have there. They are going to be choosing to go for that force, buying up utility, buying up grenades behind it. Still a small amount of cash in reserve, but not a great amount. I wouldn't have hated to see them just go, hey, yeah, let's save everything. Let's see if these 4 weapons can win us the round, and then we'll go again in the next with a full investment. It's scrappy in mid. Vigo trying to hide inside the smoke. Eventually he's hunted down by Darsheville. Coming in towards Heaven. Another mid split from Dark Cloud and Nami. This is aggressive, very aggressive. Almost too aggressive. Darsheville at least finds the trade, gets in there with a Mac 10 and then gets out before Patty can stop him. So 3-on-3. Preasy just gamble up on towards this B bomb site. I'll leave a Cillian in CT spawn. He does have a full belt of grenades. He even has 2 flashes, so if an execute does come through, he can flash behind them from CT. The smokes have actually split the defense in half. Becky in front of the smoke. Patty behind. Becky only good for 1 before being traded, but a decent amount of damage done. 40 seconds. HE softens up Milky even more. And I love this from Dark Cloud. They don't commit. They rotate away, get this bomb towards an empty A bomb site. Milky fires 1 more shot just to keep Dark Cloud entertained, just to keep them there. And they haven't moved. They're still focusing towards B. Only just now do they turn around and look towards A and start to rotate in. Rushing in towards CT. Cillian isolates Shooty. Milky's rotation eventually comes through, but he's so low on health. Just buying out time here. Bomb tapped. Oh, even scopes up. Almost finds Batty, but it is a successful retake. I loved the attempt there in the 2-on-2 to plant on that A bomb site, but the execution of that plan wasn't quite up to scratch. With Shooty isolated on the site, unable to establish a post plan, overwhelmed by a quick rotation from Dark Cloud. Very decisive in that mid-round. Now, so far, Dark Cloud have had their way with Preasy. they've been able to throw a bit of util towards one side of the map and then just walk out on this A site. This A site has been an issue, but on top of that, Preasy have struggled to deal with Dark Cloud's default as well when it comes to taking mid control with these mid splits. From elbow, from heaven. That being said, Preasy haven't had the best weaponry, the best utility to deal with most of this. They've not had the AWPs in play, but again, it's the same setup. And again, the mid split comes through. They go for a pick, but Vigo does not defend Mister. He doesn't stop Mister from being shot in the back, so he goes down. Mister's picked off, and then Vigo is isolated at elbow in a position he can't retreat from without heaven control. So another man advantage for Dark Cloud, a 4 versus 3. Some heroics to be called upon from Preasy. Patty gives away his location, a bit of spam. Becky is the one to find the first kill. Pushing down towards the slope. And Molly towards the pillar. Flush them out of cave. Second Molly towards short. But Patty can fight behind it. Uses the flames to cover the visibility. Dark Cloud have very quickly lost their man advantage and have lost the round. A triple kill from Becky. A very nice round there from Preasy. Despite being in a 4 versus 3, they set themselves up for that aggression. Patty, with that aggression towards cave, was actually the distraction. He was just spamming the wall, trying to make it uncomfortable for Dark Cloud so they'd look his way as Becky crept down the ramp, got another pick, fell back. And the execution on towards the site, little bit lackluster. Gave Dark Cloud, or rather Dark Cloud gave Preasy room to shine some light. Gun round after a quick tactical pause. Realising that the way that they're fighting from mid control isn't quite working. Vigo. Same position again, but this time from elbow. He's actually staring towards heaven. The HE does finish him off, but in the meantime, Patty lets down the frag in response, giving Preasy a man advantage. I say that. Cillian overstays his welcome in towards red room. Dark Cloud flood in towards mid. Look at this, the two-man push, but a quick headshot. Adrian cleaves through them in mid, and Mister low on HP. It's an easy trade for Trudy. He's Becky in a 1 versus 2. Quick rotation in towards the donut. Dark Cloud aware of the possibility, dropping the molly. Deep position. Milky with the AWP. Finds the shot, so Dark Cloud up on towards 6. Not only that, Dark Cloud have broken the bank for Preasy. Just like that, Preasy are ecoing. Just a P250, a Deagle, and a Flash is all they have. Currently set up for a bit of a mid-crunch. Mister in towards Donut, 3 towards Red Room. The Flash on a Cillian towards A can be thrown over the top, but doesn't matter. Dark Cloud just executed this B-bomb site. Smoke towards long and short. Molly's in towards cave. That allows them to then post-plant, take cave control. Dashville in a bit of an awkward spot here, tucked on towards default. Yeah, it is overwhelmed, but in the meantime, these Dark Cloud players are picking off the rest of Preasy. Two rounds left in the half. Preasy, ideally, they want to be working with a comfortable 5. at half-time. Right now, just a single 3. Much more aggression in towards middle now. Adrian, 2 quick opening kills off the back of the flashes. Lack of complacency, or rather, a lot of complacency, should I say, from Preasy. They've been free to fight in towards middle. It's then the fights at elbow, at heaven that they've been losing when the splits have come through. But this time, Dark Cloud fight immediately at elbow. They rush through elbow and catch the Preasy players off guard, fully blinded. And this is potentially the last gun round that Preasy would have in this half. And just like that, it's dismantled in middle. Dark Cloud players hunting Preasy as well. They can afford to throw as many bodies as they want. So long as this bomb still blows up, they can do their best to remove this M4 from Becky's hands. Make it as costly around as possible. And there you go. They don't even lose a single player in the hunt. So Dark Cloud up to an 8th and Preasy's economy in ruins. Final round of the half, and Preasy are working with 4 SMGs, 4 MP9s, and the only rifle they have is a FAMAS. But yeah, the FAMAS has had a little bit of a buff recently. It's still a FAMAS. Still a very difficult weapon to use with an awful spray. Vigo, again, old habits die hard, tucked close towards this elbow smoke. Patty, also aggressive, this time trying to look over the... Oh, over the cave smoke, but... domed by Milky, a quick pivot. Adrian, another opening as well, shuts down Vigo in middle. Cillian trying to get proactive, trying to get sneaky. If anything, just gives another frag to Dark Cloud. And the thing is, at this rate, there's a minute left on the clock. Any information that Cillian gains by dying there isn't worth too much. Dark Cloud had plenty of time to turn around, and if anything, all they need to do is just trade out, and that's it. They don't even plant the bomb. They just kill all the players before they even get towards the site. A 9-3 half. Dark Cloud sweeping the floor with Preasy on this one, and I have to say, looking a bit lifeless there from Preasy. Their retakes over towards A were subpar. They weren't good enough, those retakes. They lose too many players, giving Dark Cloud opportunities back into round. Their mid-holds were very one-dimensional. It was the same thing every round. Vigo, 6 and 12, and he was the player who was taking point, playing aggressive in mid at the bottom of elbow. He was playing in a position where it was very difficult for him to support his other teammate fighting in mid, who's trying to get in towards heaven. And he was playing in a position that was predictable, that was in all round after round, and therefore Dark Cloud were aware of it. That position is almost like you try and catch a player off guard as they try and pop in towards mid. They run past you and you kill a couple twos, they push through the smoke, they don't see you. But he wasn't playing it like that. He was just playing it every round to try and hold elbow. The few rounds Preasy got were when they were mid-rounded, able to defend that B-bomb site. But here we go. Preasy now on the T side. It's their turn to attack. And they're going to get decimated in towards Donut. 4 kills in quick succession. Make it 5. They got the opening, but then the rest found no success. Dark Cloud up onto double digits, up onto a 10th. At 9s, forced by from Preasy, looking to get aggressive. A split set up on towards this B bomb site, but they struggle to penetrate through cave. They're successful at taking the site. They get 2 kills up on towards B. But with the split being focused towards cave, playing for cave control, Dark Cloud successfully hold on. And that was everything for Preasy. That was their attempt. That was their opportunity that they wanted to reset Dark Cloud's economy, get control of the T side, get some momentum going, and see if they could then make a comeback. Not successful. Instead, they could just force buying it again. At least on this round, they have an extra round of loss bonus. Rather than splitting up through cave, they're going heavy in towards the B site itself. A late smoke to flash them off, but oh my goodness, Preasy, they're charging all the way through in towards cave, and they still can't take it. Eventually, Vigo does, but he's in a 1 versus 4. He's surrounded. Dark Cloud get a 12th. Just had some Hail Mary plays from Preasy up towards B. Right, yet another force buy. 3 force buys in a row. Normally at this point you'd say stop force buying, but they have to. They're up against 12. No other choice. Vigo. Vigo's making it work. Aggressive in towards mid. Successful at finding the first 2 kills. Becky holds for one of his own. So Preasy are finally working with an advantage, something which they don't seem to have had for most of this game. With the exception of those A-site retakes, but even then they got close. But I think on this round, with Dark Cloud on the CT side, they're going to be the ones tempted to save. Milky just clutching onto this orb. He will lose it in the end. Another opening for Vigo in towards mid. Flashed out, brawling, aggressive. Dark Cloud not having the utility to prevent that swing from elbow. Not able to prevent that push, to molly him out, to nade him, to punish him for swinging so aggressively. Preasy maintained that advantage after a couple trades back and forth. And in all the chaos, Preasy crept out towards A. They caught Dashville off guard. Molly will stop Adrian from pushing. Dark Cloud may be tempted to save again. But at least Nami still has the AWP in hand. Expensive weapon. Would be a treat to keep. Mister's looking for the hunt. AWP reveals its location. Becky begins to chase. But walks dry in towards Nami's crosshair. Preasy, how many bodies are you willing to throw away to remove this weapon? Oh no, Nami backs in towards short. And Cillian finds. Finally, Dark Cloud on a full eco, just USBs. They're going to try their hand in the mid stack. Patty, though, has to sit back and wait for that push. Spots it coming through, falls back, establishes the crossfire. Lets his teammates get involved. And they're able to just split mid. One kill going Dark Cloud's way. Oh, Becky, did he spot the shadow? Becky didn't spot the shadow. Okay, we'll dispatch him anyway. Nothing there to really be worried about. On this round, Dark Cloud now have guns in their hands. Proper rifles. Utility as well. And I'm even going down to the farmers to afford some extra. Fortunately, Milky still not on that. Or another mid split to come through. Mid hold unsuccessful. Very unsuccessful. Blink and you miss it. 1 minute 30, and in the kill feed you have 4 kills going towards Preasy. Only 1 for Dark Cloud. Dashville last alive. Such little health to be trying to save with. We'll at least find Mister. But again, Preasy have the funds to hunt if they so choose. That smoking towards the tunnels will alarm Asilian at his position. And yeah, Dashville unable to get into a safe spot. See the idea, right? You smoke off tunnel, make it look like you're hiding behind the B doors in the swamp side. But you try and slink in towards T-spawn, hope that they see the smoke and run past you. Or don't check T-spawn. But it wasn't able to get in position soon enough. So another eco for Dark Cloud and a tactical pause. And what they really need to discuss is, okay, how are you going to stop Vigo from just running out mid? How are you going to stop Preasy from just splitting mid, from running out mid? Whatever it is they're doing, they're getting kills in mid for free. Now, you can either try and hard counter them, try and hard shut them down by investing more resources into fighting mid, to try and win those fights instead of losing them. Or you could just avoid them. You could just not take those fights altogether, fight towards an extremity. And whilst Preasy invests util and resources and numbers in fighting and taking mid, you take somewhere else. And you get a free kill somewhere else. Ooh, okay. On this one, again, still a half investment. I could see going for a bit of a gimmick, a bit of a run boost to see if that could give you that opening. I'm not going to mind anything. Preasy put down the Dark Cloud. This is the round where we need to see that adaptation. Okay, Milky still hasn't got an AWP in hand. Choosing to stick with the rifle. And they're going to choose to fight it heavy with 3 players in towards mid. Boost comes out from Vigo. That allows him to see that Heaven is clear, but it's Nami to find the first opening. There we go, the boost comes through. Becky and Vigo are able to find a couple kills. Judy has to do it all up on towards the Xbox, but no, it's not successful. The fight comes through for Dark Cloud, but Preasy still come out on top. And that's the risk when you're losing mid control, when you're losing those fights. If you just try and invest more numbers, sometimes that's just means you're investing more numbers into a losing fight, right? You're throwing more players down the drain on each round. Again, Dark Cloud are essentially a new team. Yes, it's the core 3 players from Anonymo, but they've still got 2 extra players. Nami does have a kit. I think the time way too far ticked. Might be attempting to try and get an exit frag or 2. Oh no, running up. He's going to attempt the ninja. Cillian denies. So Preasy are making the scoreline competitive. Again, this was a 9-3 half. And we're now looking at a 12-9 scoreline. Likely to be 12-10 as well. Unless Dark Cloud can somehow find the correct adaptation. Prevent Preasy from getting all these fights in middle. And hello, a couple opening kills. Adrian with the MP9 finds Becky. Milky, a lovely headshot on towards Vigo. A two-man advantage. The weaponry certainly not on their side. Preasy are going to accelerate in towards this A site. Milky has gotten out of there. Disengaged completely. Doesn't want to be caught. And wants to buy time for this flank to come on in. And Nami is successful. And just like that, it's the pistols. And you'll never guess what. They made that adaptation that I mentioned earlier. With the pistols, with the weaker weapons, they choose not to fight for mid. They choose to give it up. And by giving up mid, they invest their resources elsewhere. And they are successful. They pick off those players fighting in towards mid. Preasy overplay their hand. They don't just take mid, they push in towards Donut. And that's where Milky gets that 1 dig. That's where the cave player gets that kill with the MP9. The flank then comes on in. And there you go, Dark Cloud take their map pick of Ancient. We'll be moving on to the map pick of Preasy next, and that is Nuke coming up after this quick 10-minute break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Dark Cloud versus Preasy here at United21 Season 27. We just saw Dark Cloud manage to steal, or I say steal, own their own map pick there of Ancient 13-9. That being said, there were a couple teething issues on their CT side which Preasy were able to abuse, namely lack of adaptations in towards middle. Now we move on to Nuke, the map pick of Preasy, a map which they should be a little bit more comfortable on. I say that, Mr. not going to be in the action anymore here on the pistol round. Neither will Patty. The two quick kills go Dark Cloud's way, and now Preasy are in a little bit of a sticky spot. Now we'll rush this bomb plant down towards B. Cillian trying to hold the rotations up towards Secret, but in the meantime, Becky's fallen on that lower site. Teammates falling left, right, and centre. Cillian finally activates, reveals his location. Nami just going to stick the bomb. Cillian's dealt with. Vigo left, tucked in towards single door. Will at least get the player off the bomb, but eventually overwhelmed. Judy with a triple on the Julies. We'll see Dark Cloud take the pistol round. Bomb plant going to enable Preasy to go for a force buy here. Vigo, aggressive aggro rifler with that Galil in hand, straight down in towards Secret, not wasting a minute, fully knife out as fast as he possibly could. Takes that map control. In the meantime, Preasy are going to try and pounce up on towards ramp, but it's been held. Nami on his own will mow down 3, looking for a 4th. Eventually is dealt with, and oh, Vigo found the timing, catches the rotation of Darshville in the vent. Fortunately for Vigo, Adrian has dispatched of Mister. Got control of the bomb. Now Vigo left in a clutch scenario. We'll rotate round the long way through T-spawn in towards lobby. Judy will group up with Adrian in the ramp room. We'll just sit on top of the bomb itself. Adrian just pivoting on the back box. We'll spot Vigo. Judy gives away his location. Vigo now knows what he's dealing with. A swing to deal with Judy. Anticipates the swing from Adrian. Beautiful from Vigo there in the clutch. Dark Cloud, I'll have to say it, fumbling that 1 versus 2. The positioning from Judy allowed Vigo to isolate 1v1 fights. Adrian couldn't get into the position at the right time. Oh, Preasy fully reset Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud are going to be on double eco, forcing up here. 5-7s and Kevlar. 5-7s, dangerous close range. Will find Mister and Vigo. Despite losing the first opening kill, it's still on a 3 versus 3 in Darshville. Still a threat here with a 5-7, comes on the flank, and that's the bomb dropped down. Rifle picked up, but Becky will trade, and Nami, a decent spot here. He has to be aware that Patty already gotten down the vent. In fact, Dark Cloud will start to search. Patty found. Becky tries to swing, but the MP9 of Nami is too strong to handle. Dark Cloud, just as easily as they lose that second round, they win the third. With 5-7s. Getting up close and personal, getting messy in the lobby. Lots of chaos being caused, not just by Dark Cloud with their positioning, but also Preasy's reaction was chaotic. And the thing is, when you're dealing with 5-7s, the last thing you want is chaos. When you're dealing with pistols, you want it to be as calm and predictable as possible. Because if it's predictable, you have the better weapons, you should win it out. If it's unpredictable, you could make a wrong decision. You're much more likely to make a mistake to allow a pistol to get a free kill. Preasy are now the ones back into the pistols with the Tech 9s, a couple Mac 10s. This indicates pace, indicates speed and aggression. Early molly from Nami and a HE to soften them up. Tries to tuck in towards Dark, but overwhelmed by the fast pace of these pistols. Vigo overplays his hand. A very aggressive swing from Vigo. Unnecessary, dare I say. Gives away that man advantage. A 1-for-1 trade. Well down in towards lower. Judy activates a little bit earlier, but missed the spray. Not good enough. Dark Cloud will collect their forces together. And they anticipate this rotation. They're getting up in towards the heaven nice and quick. And silently at that, I believe. The bomb planted. Patty, a messy lurk attempt, but it's caught. A good read from Dark Cloud. Preasy. They get the opening on towards ramp. They flood their way down. But the mid-round is a little bit sloppy. With Vigo, again, no need to be fighting in towards hell there. No need to take that fight with no trade potential. Gives up that man advantage that they had. But after that happens, the mid-round is kind of sloppy from Preasy. They slow things down. They try and capitalize on the rotation, but they give Dark Cloud enough time to read it. So now finally, one of these two teams is on a full eco. These Glocks searching outside. They managed to flush Nami down the ramp. He's taken over well. Milky will keep it towards Africa. Oh, goes to clear the angle, but not very nice spray. Fortunately, Nami holds his own over towards ramp. Otherwise, this round could have got a lot messier than it should have. But Patty, oh, he's found the timing to slink in through the smoke as Adrian was jumping up on towards a credit box. That HE is enough to finish off Vigo, leaving Patty 1 versus 3. So 2 kills and a bomb plant, considering Preasy had just Glocks. Nothing else, no upgraded pistols, just Glocks. Not bad. Not bad at all. Bomb plant gives extra cash to Preasy, and that extra cash allows them to have full belts of grenades on every player with these AKs. You need a lot of grenades on T-side of Nuke if you want to play a slow game, if you want to squeeze out the grenades from the CTs, if you want to take map control towards outside. It requires, at the very least, a lot of smokes. So the smokes come through. The default 1-2-3 smokes to allow Vigo to get in towards Secret, but Dashville is here in towards Secret, a good position. The issue is he's made noise, he's made sound, he's revealed his location by throwing utility, so Vigo won't be caught off guard by such an early rotation in towards Secret. Vigo and Dashville tango down in the double doors. Fillion and Patty looking to fade this smoke. Nami's in a good position to try and go for this trade, but Yeah, there we go. 2 for 1. Dark Cloud come out on top as Preasy look to try and split this site. One prong of their assault completely dismantled. That leaves Vigo coming up the vent. Only good for 1, not enough time. Has to dart back and save. And on top of that, the bomb was still in T-spawn. They simply wouldn't have had enough time to recover it. Preasy spends so long trying to set up that split. Dark Cloud have the counter ready and waiting. The simple presence of Vigo wasn't enough. Despite D'Archeville revealing his location, you know, his position, if it was unknown, he could have got the kill on Vigo, and it made it very hard for Preasy. But even though he reveals his location, by staying alive, he still gets that information that, okay, it's only Vigo. He got the info that only Vigo was down. There wasn't any other players behind. None of the other players could have followed either, because the smokes by that point have faded. So it meant that the rest of Dark Cloud could just sit and bolster that top site. Okay, Preasy, half investment. Some upgraded weapons. Hero AK on Vigo that saved over, but Dark Cloud get aggressive. They counter these smokes, and Adrian slinks around the back of T-Red and finds a triple kill, make it a quad. Dark Cloud looking comfortable here on Nuke. And I mentioned earlier in the pregame, while yes, Nuke is probably the preferred map for Preasy, now that Vertigo's out the map pool, it's not a good one for them. They don't have a strong win rate. I love this from Dark Cloud, already setting up a hard counter, going for a nade stack up on towards the silo. Fortunately for Preasy, no one's there to fall victim. Instead, Vigo is going to be crawling outside through these smokes. Mister himself crawls through a smoke of his own, getting towards vent. Now Preasy have full control of these rotations. Mister catches D'Archeville trying to follow. That pulls a rotation of Nami down towards his lower sight, and Mister absolutely tears his head off. And just as Preasy were in such a good position to pounce on towards that B site, they had control of Secret, Vent. All they had to do was pop ramp, which was vulnerable. They've got a 5 versus 2, so they can slow things down. They don't need to rush into that rotation. Whoa. Okay, there we go. Chudy fluffs the spray. Cillian finds him. It's just Milky coming on this flank in a 1 versus 5. We'll find Patty. Oh, there we go. Cillian. We'll deal with him. So Preasy get their second round on the board. Dark Cloud, enough money to still invest here. Get themselves a full gun round. Now Moku with this AWP, I want to see him get involved in the action a little bit more. Find those openings. He had a lot of impact over on Ancient. Ooh, looks like Mister searching for an opening kill. Gets that information. It's a 2-layered pop on towards this top site, and it's a great success. And into the 3-on-3, a couple players picked off towards the extremities. Bomb only just now is it planted. And a flash out towards the heaven. Nami denies it with the cover of that smoke. Trades back and forth. Patty and Milky now in the 1 versus 1. Called on Milky to find some impact with this AWP. By the looks of things, he's going to fully reset.
Bomb has been planted.
Patty's actually just planted straight on towards A. Milky. Now, with this rotation, I can see the thought process. Try and beat him down towards that lower site. If not, he can come up the vent and come in from a different angle to where he was last spotted. But Patty got that bomb planted very quickly, very early. Using that smoke on the left-hand side of the site, Milky should realise this. Spotted over the top, jumping on towards Tetris. Patty should figure this one out. His teammates in Spectator would have called this. And there you go. Patty just buying time. And he's done it. Not enough time for Milky to get this defuse on. Drops the incendiary to secure the round. And not only that, Milky dies to the bomb. So he won't even get to save that sniper rifle, that AWP, which would have been very useful to save. They could have perhaps afforded a buy here with a saved weapon. Milky could drop over a FAMAS. Adrian could buy. They could have had three weapons. 2 compromises. But instead, it's going to be a half buy, half investment. I say a half. No, they're forcing. They're fully going in. Not me and Adrian. Giving it everything they have. Milky on towards the scout. I'm going to see if Adrian can fight towards outside with success, but he darts out of the smoke before Vigo reveals himself. If he just held for a second then, Mister still being a nuisance here towards the door, finding openings, applying lots of pressure, eventually is traded. And off the back of him being traded, look at this from Nami. He's pushed ramp. A very big flank here to get lots of information. And even flanks Patty, takes him out, man advantage. That's the lobby clear. Dark Cloud can now shuffle down towards this lower side. Darshville just about found the perfect time to get down the vent. If he'd waited a second longer, it would have been mollied. It would have been held from the other side. So 4 versus 2. Dark Cloud encircle the site as Becky is left in the clutch. Oh, oh! But what? What? Okay, Becky, nice. Just sat on the ramp. A simple one tap, pivots, headshots the next, and sprays on the third. Okay, Becky. Okay, that would have been. Honestly, if Becky loses that, that probably would have been Dark Cloud running away, at least with this half. Maybe not the map, but the half. Instead, Becky gets a disgusting 1v4. Some beautiful shots. A clutch which I certainly didn't do justice there. With the commentary. I mean, I would have screamed if my voice wasn't, you know, a little bit croaky right now. Round 11, 2 rounds left in the half. Dark Cloud going to be going for another force buy. This time, instead of having 2 M4s in the mix, it's 4 MP9s and a Deagle. A disastrous round there for Dark Cloud. And Dark Cloud are actually starting to struggle to punish Vigo's aggression here towards Secret. Again, he gets down, and again, he gets an opening kill in doing so. Patty will try and hold down the flank towards Secret, but eventually he's overwhelmed. Into the 3-on-3, but Vigo again catches another player off guard. Dark Cloud could save here. Darshville has an AK. There's another one to be picked up then. Nami could save that. At the very least, save his Kevlar. I'd say the other rifle that went down on Patty is already deep in towards Secret.
Terrorists win.
Final round of the half. Cillian's death won't really mean anything with regards to the economy. And Dark Cloud have to go for another force buy. Extra round loss bonus does mean the extra rifles, the extra M4, saved AK, couple Famises, still a scout on Milky. So top site bot. Dark Cloud try and counter Vigo so aggressively outside. They leave the A site open and Preasy read it perfectly.
Bomb has been planted.
A 4 versus 4, bomb planted, and Vigo so ready for this play. Easy kill on towards Adrian. Oh no, and Chudi's crated, dropping onto the floor. Hello, Milky. Straight through main, jumping mid-air. Finds a Cillian. That's all. Not enough time for Nami to really find any impact here. A tied scoreline 6-6. Preasy off the back of an incredible clutch. They find 5 in a row. This was 6-1 for Dark Cloud. Admittedly, Preasy struggling with the economy for the majority of that half at the start. But once they got their foot through the door, they had full control. And again, it's teething issues on Dark Cloud for their CT side. With being a newer lineup, it takes that little bit longer to make those adaptations, to identify where the weak points are in your defense. Because you don't know. If you're a newer team, you're like, okay, maybe there's just something wrong with one of our setups. Rather than trying to counter your opponent, realizing, okay, just something that your opponent is doing just needs to be hard countered. And they realize it 1 round too late. Trying to stop Vigo from sprinting in towards Secret round after round after round. The thing is, they had a lot of success. Or one of the earliest gun rounds that they had Darshville starting in Secret. And even though he was spotted, that counted it because he got the information. Regardless, a tied scoreline. Preasy now looking to swarm over here on their CT side. In fact, it's Dark Cloud, the one swarming on ramp. A full 5-man rush. And oh, Mister. Some 2 clean taps make it 3. Granted some support. Mister's found 4. Denied the ace by a Cillian. The Dark Cloud dissipates over the heads of Preasy on that B site. Now a force buy for Dark Cloud. Again, looking to do a rinse repeat, a swarm on towards the ramp, but Mister is having none of it. He's been such a nuisance in that first half in towards door, taking fights, and he's looking very comfortable right now, very confident. Especially after that quad kill, and somehow gets away with it, gets away alive, and it still survives. Holds down Darshville as Patty comes in to support. The HE will finish him off. Mister still staying alive there to get 2 and allowing Patty to get 3. So ramp control is tested. And Preasy pass with flying colours. Aggression from Vigo again. Deagle finds a Cillian. Vigo plays the trigger discipline for a second, but then activates and looks to farm a couple more, but only good for 2. Darshville deals with the Deagle. Patty, Peppers, the last players. Okay, Dark Cloud now have the guns out, but at this point, Preasy are firmly in the lead. Adrian, a lot of utility thrown his way, down to 40 points of health. Akin to Vigo in the first half, it's Adrian's job to take secret control with pace behind the smokes, but Mister, such a quick rotation, reaction to those smokes to drop down immediately. He's found not just one, but two already. Look how confident he is on these swings, just dancing around with this MP9, such light footwork, and Vigo has flanked Secret. He's taken the bomb down with him, leaving Chudy. One v 4. Something Becky's pretty familiar with, so he won't allow Chudy to replicate his own success. As Preasy reached 10. Another buy for Dark Cloud, 4-round loss bonus. They're going to be forcing into this one with Galils. They could have gone for a half and had full rifles and util on the next, but they're sacrificing the utility to see if just the rifles, just these Galils, can win them the round. Again, they get Adrian in towards Secret. This time getting ready to pop on towards ramp as the smokes fade. Mister dodges the flash, an excellent job, but can't dodge the second. Fully blinded, paths excellently down and towards the lower site where Adrian has found Vigo in towards Secret. The Cillian, a few too many missed shots. Mister tested, is good for one, but overwhelmed. Rotation has come down through the vent for Becky and Patty. The thing is, Dark Cloud know this. They've got Nami, who's secured that top site, who has heard and allowed this rotation down the vent. Just for Preasy to run the other way, or Dark Cloud, sorry, to run the other way. Back up ramp, where the rotation is held. Patty and Becky. We'll try and save in towards the ramp if Dashville lets them. Becky only good for one. Tries to drop a flash, but Nami has him held. So Dark Cloud find their first T round. Offer a little bit more of a slower, a little bit more of a tempered split on towards that B site, rather than the rush that was the last one. Triple wall of smokes outside. The extra waterfall smoke in towards main to provide extra cover. Vigo decides to give up outside control and bolsters the top site, knowing that that is a greater threat, but also this might be a good read. Adrian is about to slink in through the smoke, walks in dry. Vigo playing somewhat anti-flash. Good for the first. Then the pounce comes in towards the lobby. Patty dodges the flames. The outside pressure dealt with. It's just Nami coming in through the door. And a good hold from Preasy. And a very good read from Vigo. Sees those smokes going down, realizes, okay, well, they were successful in the last round. Perhaps there's going to be a change-up. Perhaps it's going to be that top-site hit, that top-site split, with the addition of that waterfall smoke. And that split, the issue is that first prong, that push coming in from main was just dry. It was Adrian walking through that smoke. Contact. without a flash. Okay, Dark Cloud a bit more of a brawl this time. Leaving Nami alone in towards lobby, they fight and brawl outside with 4. And they catch the Preasy players trying to break open those smokes, trying to get information. They punish those plays. And look at this rotation from Mr. Completely left ramp. Looking to fight towards outside. Becky also down towards Secret. They have the possibility of splitting outside control with a lot of pressure. The issue is Nami. Right on time. I was about to mention him. Taking ramp control, identified Mr.'s rotation. A couple kills do go the other way. And a lot of damage done to Dark Cloud, but it's Becky in a clutch scenario. The last clutch he got was magnanimous. Now the health, again, low on these players, and Adrian in a very good spot to watch main. And time ticking. I guess Becky could attempt a ninja, but might be unlikely here. Might just try and choose to save this AWP. Will make noise in doing so. Spotted by Adrian and punished. But Becky will get that AWP safely towards CT spawn, where the bomb won't be able to scathe him. Pop here from Dark Cloud. Aggression with these MAC-10s. They're finally broken the bank for Preasy. And looking to storm their way in towards ramp control again. The first 2 strats that they tried earlier, this time they're the ones with the superior weaponry. Adrian to find 2 down on lower. Darshville going on an aggressive rotation here. They know that an AWP was saved. They want to try and hunt it down. That's a lovely call as well, the investment of the MAC-10s from Dark Cloud. One thing I didn't mention is they had more than enough cash to go for Galils if they wanted to. But they saw that, okay, an AWP was saved. They read the economy well, knowing that it's likely to be just an eco. So they said, look, if they have an AWP and the rest are on pistols, a MAC-10 will counter both of them. And we can use pace, we can rush ramp. The AWP, not likely to be ramped, but if he is, the MAC-10s have the speed to close him down. That's exactly what happens. The AWP isn't ramp. The MAC-10s make light work of the pistols without there being a stack there. And Asilian tries to save the AWP. It's hunted down and dealt with. So Dark Cloud up onto a 9th. Adrian keeping his MAC-10 in play. Preasy will invest Asilian the AWP back out, but it's expensive. It's costly. Looking for an opening. But doesn't quite miss the shot. Or doesn't quite land the shot. In fact, Asilian has the AWP 5 and 16 right now. Yes, he's your IGL, but as a sniper rifle, you're investing $5,000 into this man who's going triple negative. At least Vigo is still alive and kicking, getting an opening kill. Maintaining control of outside. And Mr. What's the play here? You've got the man advantage. He's now happy to play in a bit more of a one-and-done spot. Call over a player for a rotation to give them some assistance, so that that one-and-done spot can be upgraded into an actual setup. Oh, this flank from Vigo. Even I didn't notice this one on the minimap. Comes in, but only good for 1. But now Dark Cloud realised that, okay, we've been found out. We've not got any outside control. So It's likely there'll be 2 top site, 2 ramp with this positioning, or at least 1 in rotation. But they managed to get down the vent. Now, this is a sneaky play to try and get down. They are successful, but Mr. already here on this site deals with Darsheville. The information, this early rotation from Massilian, but overwhelmed. Patty's managed to slink down the vent behind and deny that bomb plant. So Preasy do get 12. It does get a little bit scary there with a nice mid-round call from Dark Cloud to dive the vent. And it's just a dry topside pop here for Dark Cloud with the rifles. And try and take matters into their own hands to trade. And they are successful getting into the 2-on-2. It's now up to them to secure the mid-round. Massilian to break the smoke. Reveals the AWP towards main. Can a HE to soften him up. He tries to buy space and attention to allow Mister to find a peek in towards heaven whilst they're distracted, but it's not successful. Milky will find that kill. Cillian is left to save this AWP again. Again, an AWP which has been borderline non-existent on this map.
Terrorists win.
It's a strange decision from Preasy, I'll be honest, when it comes to the roster, is putting a Cillian on this AWP. One of the strengths that Preasy had beforehand, before Cillian, was Jabone, the firepower they had on Jabone with the AWP. But since removing him, albeit he was streaky in terms of firepower, it was firepower nonetheless. Again, top site utility. It's a weak investment for Preasy, forcing up. There's only 2 rounds left in this half, at least of regulation, and Preasy are choosing to go for a force. They think they can win it 13-10. But Dark Cloud have vent dived, something which we've not seen much of this game at all, to be honest. Those early vent dives. We've only really seen the vent being used in the late round or for the CT rotations, less so for the Ts. And yeah, bombs planted. Preasy just elect to save with this force buy. They can't afford to go for that retake.
Terrorists win.
And Dark Cloud hunt them down, remove as many weapons as they can. And I believe that was just 1 weapon saved, that 1 MP9 on Vigo. Dark Cloud decimate CT spawn. Final round of regulation, 12-11. And Preasy's decision to force buy in the last has severely come to bite them, because now they have no cash left whatsoever. And they're working with 5.7s and a couple MP9s. Dark Cloud have a very healthy buy. And this could come full circle, as one of the first CT rounds we saw being won on this map was the 5.7s. Getting chaotic from Dark Cloud if Preasy are able to close it out in response in similar fashion. I mean, in the same way Dark Cloud actually won Ancient on their last round. It was with an eco with some upgraded pistols. But at the moment, Dark Cloud are just brawling outside, taking the range duels. Limited utility so as to cause as little chaos as possible on their end. Already a 1-for-1. That's actually a rifle picked up for Asilian. Dark Cloud are taking their way in towards heaven. Dropped some utility on towards that top site. Try and pull that rotation, but they're focusing their attention towards the ramp. It's a very quick diversion. It may seem chaotic and panic and shrill, but it's coordinated and planned. And they're picking off these players one by one. But hello, into the chaos. Into the chaos. Patty finds 2. Looking for a third. Eventually, Judy deals with him. It's just Asilian in the 1 versus 2 with the AK in hand. Adrian has the vent held and will deal with Asilian. And oh my goodness, the rotations there. I thought they were onto some gold there with that rotation down towards the ramp. But coming back up, you're just inviting opportunities for these weapons to get involved. But overtime is where we will be. Dark Cloud have managed to do it. They've managed to bring in a little bit of a comeback there within that half. Again, I'm going to have to point it out. Asilian, 5 and 18. Not finding the impact on the AWP. Again, Preasy, they removed Jaboan, their AWPer. Then put Asilian on the AWP and bring in Vigo as the rifle. Now, Vigo has had that impact on the rifle, but it's just a massive downgrade on the AWP for Asilian. Not only is Asilian a downgrade from Jaboan, but he's playing worse than he was before on the rifle. And he was probably one of their worst players before. Statistically, again, being in IGL, it's likely. But when you're investing $5,000 extra cash, most expensive weapon in meta at the moment. And again, no success. Goes for an opening attempt towards ramp. Doesn't find anything. Fortunately, the riflers come in to try and recover things, but it's still down to a 2 versus 2. As the trades come through. Dark Cloud still grouped. They take secret control. Preasy. They have ramp. They have lobby. They should be able to piece together the puzzle, but the question is when. Dark Cloud have to make noise, dropping down and towards this site. Patty takes the peek. Decent time, but can't secure a kill. There's nothing lethal about that peek. So Dashville gets that bomb planted open for double doors. And they secure a post plant here. An attempted molly. Going towards double. Preasy attack from 2 separate angles. Dashville knows this. He can try and isolate these fights. But Becky wins it. Fortunately, Milky's there to trade into the 1 versus 1. Patty closes the door, opens them quickly, but runs out of bullets. He quick switches. Oh, he's just about got enough time, I believe. Oh, my goodness. A sigh of relief. Patty almost threw that clutch. Made the play, closing the doors to open them again. Closing them to bait Milky in. To catch him off guard, but accidentally quick switches. Army picks up the AWP, uses his spawn to find an opening pick. But it's Asilian who's finally getting involved with the AWP to shut down Adrian. Man advantage. Now the aggression comes in towards ramp, the pop, but Becky and Mr. are in play. Mr. has done such a good job of defending the ramp so far. He doesn't actually get anything. There's actually a 3-man ramp hold. It's the other players to get involved in the action. Dashville, Milky, they charge down towards the lower site, and Becky can't get into cover. Dashville, watchful gaze. Holds for the push, but Patty's HE is what finishes off Milky. Dashville drops down on towards the side to retrieve the bomb, and can actually escape here and towards a single door. Reset this fight, but Patty's read it. Has the vent on lock. Patty's gone up the vent. He's aware. And Dashville will do the same, but Patty has it held. Beautiful from Patty there to get Preasy their 14th. Soon as we kicked into gear in overtime, financial troubles for Preasy. I've no longer ailed them. No longer burdened them. He's in an angle where I think he may be able to spot the foot of the player in hut. Drops the incendiary. Second incendiary comes in towards the hut. Mister on the flank. Catches Milky. Catches even a second. Make it 4. He mows 4 of them down on this flank. This topside pop for Dark Cloud. His multi-layer is shut down at the door. It closes shut. It slams shut on their fingers. As Preasy collect 3 in a row on their CT side of Nuke. One more round. What will Preasy need to take us to that Anubis decider? Just as a reminder for the stakes at play in this series. The loser of the best of 3 is eliminated out of United21. We swap it over and suddenly Dark Cloud get 2 very quick openings. Milky with the AWP, Dashville in towards door. Adrian aggression shuts down Vigo. I think Preasy have forgotten the recipe for success that they had to start off on their T side. It was Vigo constantly getting towards Secret, rushing Secret, which Dark Cloud struggled to adapt to. Yet on this round, as soon as it comes into overtime, Preasy slow it down. And it leaves them open to being picked apart. Patty managed to make it down the vent. Can then come up and attack Secret from a different angle, but it is being watched by Adrian in a nice spot. .35 seconds. Adrian spots the barrel of Patty and wins that fight and even confirms the location of the last player. Less than 30 seconds. Becky needs to make the move. Economic damage is of no consideration. It's all about those round wins, and the round win Dark Cloud will collect. Again, Milky posted up outside. Searching for Vigo. Seeing if they can shut him down. Again, it's this aggression from Vigo. We're straight in towards Secret. Somehow, while fully spraying, he does not get a bullet near him. Gets down almost unscathed. 3 players from Preasy follow him. Dark Cloud haven't jumped on this rotation just yet. With Darshville on the flank. We'll spot a couple of these players. Pulls the trigger. Deals with Vigo. Milky has found Mister. Adrian down the vent. Darshville. Still a nuisance in the side. Preasy. Just a little bit too predictable. A little bit too readable. As Dark Cloud made the necessary information plays. Namely Darshville's flank down behind. Leaving Becky in another clutch scenario. A similar spot for him. He managed to get Preasy into this map even with the clutch. Can he do some more? That should be the one to close it out and secure the map itself. 20 seconds left, but no. Walks into Milky's crosshair, has him pinned, and Dark Cloud are up to 14. Either Preasy close it out here, or we go overtime again. And, oh, what's Mr. bought? He's bought a P90 on the T side. That, to me, indicates something a little bit rash. An aggressive play for this MP9. To go with pace. Let's just see where he chooses to go. It's going to be a ramp rush. Accelerating in. Milky, the first player here with the AWP, picks off Mr. That P90 no longer of use. Milky even finds another one as they drop down towards his crosshair. Asilian toys with him on the shadow angle and buys time for Patty to come in, but that's Vigo's lurk. He's been so aggressive outside early on that now when he's slow and he's patient, he's rewarded and catches the players off guard. But Darshville looking to try and deny the bomb plant is unsuccessful, and he's just going to stick the bomb. This is... Oh, I was about to say he was going to stick the bomb, though. Gets off of it. Here's Patty steps. And Dark Cloud are successful at making 3 in a row on their CT side. It's been a day of comebacks. And, oh, Asilian. Oh, he's almost quadruple negative, man. We've just finished first overtime and he's still only on 6 kills. The next on his team is 22. Next player on his team has almost quadrupled his kills. This is your AWPer. This is the player you're investing a $4,750 weapon. You're investing your economy into this player right here. It's almost half the damage of the next player. Both teams needing to take a breather. Preasy, after failing to lose 3 in a row. Dark Cloud after such a chaotic round on that last one. Where a ramp rush against an AWPer loses you 2 kills cleanly. Preasy could be 4 rounds away from dropping out of Season 27 in last place here in Group B. Vigo finally shut down. Adrian over the top of the smoke, already working with a man advantage. This might be Preasy trying to slink in through the smoke. A HE to blow open the smoke, reveals a Cillian. Adrian a quick reposition to get inside. Trying to apply some support, but Mr. Again, so good at finding these timings in towards lobby to try and pick a player off of that A site. Adrian dodges the flash. But in doing so, it's Crosshair not in the right position. Patty, a quick couple kills. But a quick couple in response from Dark Cloud. Preasy again, a little bit too predictable. You deal with Vigo, you deal with the Cillian creeping in through those smokes. You know that the play there was an A split, or at least a creep through the smokes. A bit more aggression this time from Vigo, but again, Dark Cloud, they've cottoned on to the fact that this is something Preasy love to do, that Vigo loves to do. Certainly is a player of habit. Picked off early, giving Dark Cloud that man advantage. Mr. will find the timing and the space. Creep out of the door. Set themselves up for a bit of an A-site pop, but it's not clean on the first kill from Mr. That buys time for Dashville to get on the trade. But Preasy are in place to trade it back in response. 3v3. Milky in on the heavens. Adrian on a flank. A Cillian scoped in. Adrian deals with Patty. That should buy space for the players to come up the vent. Nami is successful. In fact, he's just going to stick the bomb. Cillian has to try and deny this, but it's not successful. He strafes out. Milky with the AWP denies him. And a 3 versus 3 is picked apart by Dark Cloud. A gaping hole. The fact that Adrian had timed a Cillian. And the bomb just stuck. And I hate to say it, but now a Cillian is definitely beyond quadruple negative. 6 and 25. Or in fact, 7 and 25. He's got an extra kill. I didn't realise he got a kill that round. Oh, of course he did. He got Adrian. What am I saying? 7 times 25. Still not that much better. Let's be real. 2 kills away from quintuple negative. Yeah, it does appear, for those who are uninitiated, you can hear the ticks that were in chat. The players not really leaving the spawns. That indicates that we're going to have a round restart. A technical issue arises, and the common rules in Counter-Strike tournaments tend to be that if damage is not done, and a technical issue happens before any damage is done, before I think there's a certain time in the round as well, then you can just restart the round. The round gets cancelled. But yeah, this is a bit of a dire situation for Preasy. I mean, to be honest, if it wasn't for that Becky clutch, this would have been over already. If Becky hadn't have got that 1v3, 1v4, whichever one it was, on that first half to give a Preasy a bed of 6 rounds to work with, we'd be sitting 6. Well, it wouldn't have been a 6-6 half, and we'd be sitting here. Well, we would have been done. It would have been a 2-0. We would have had Dark Cloud moving on to face, I believe it's Viperio in the Deciders match. Instead, we're still sat here in overtime. But even then, it might not be enough. Even then, Preasy is still struggling. Because the one thing they had going for them that allowed them to get that bed of T rounds on the T side of Nuke, no less, was that Dark Cloud weren't adapting to Vigo. Vigo was getting secret control every single round. But now they are adapting. Now Vigo is struggling to get there. Now Vigo is being picked off when he gets into secret. It's being applied pressure. And Dark Cloud are having those mid-round reactions. Again, with this being a newer team, albeit, again, there's a core 3 players from Anonymo, but for purposes' sake, you know, you've got 2 new additions on team. There's going to be teething issues. It's going to take time for the adaptations to come through, but every round they play, they're going to be developing experience together. Every round they play, they get closer to making adaptations, right? To figuring out how one another plays on these maps. To realizing the correct reactions and protocols if there's even players playing in new spots that they haven't played before. And right now, Preasy just 2 rounds away from being eliminated. And again, I'll read off the results from the last couple United21 seasons that these 2 teams have played. So in the last season, season 26, and Anonymo, so that's the core 3 players from Dark Cloud of Darsheville, Judy and Nami. When they played season 26, they got grouped in last place, losing to Ents Academy and Copenhagen Wolves. Whereas you look at Preasy, the last United21 season they played, season 24, I believe it was. They made it into playoffs in season 24. They managed to top their group of Group C, beating TNL and Illuminar Gaming, to then lose to Adepts and Astralis Talent in the playoffs. They at least made playoffs. They made that HLTV appearance. But right now, they're facing potentially not even getting a single win in this tournament. So, the technical pause is over. And Dark Cloud call a tactical pause. Perhaps to get underneath the skin of Preasy. Both teams have just been sat there waiting for this technical pause to be over, waiting for the problem to be resolved so they can get on with the Counter-Strike. And then Dark Cloud say, hey, no, you're going to have to wait another 30 seconds, Preasy. And I know some of you may be thinking, well, surely don't Dark Cloud also have to wait? Yeah, but they're the ones who chose that. Regardless of whether they're using that tactical pause to discuss how they want to approach. Obviously, ideally they would. They'd use that pause to discuss how they want to approach this next round. To lock back in after perhaps drifting away in the tech pause. Still going to have that just level of annoyance over towards Preasy. Interesting from Nami. He's going to start down early. And Vigo found again. The HE blows open the smoke. Preasy mix it up rather than using the diagonal smokes. They use the 1, 2, 3 smokes. They're more easily blown open, and especially with Vigo sprinting down, he's dealt with quickly and swiftly at that. And now Preasy have 0 outside presence. They're all tucked in towards the lobby. They're setting up for a top site pop where Chudy's in a decent spot here. There are actually 3 players on this top site. If you include Adrian in towards main. In fact, they're going double in towards main. Ooh, this flash could prove deadly if it lands in Chudy's face. Molly comes in. Chudy anti-flash. Cleared out by Mister, but Chudy wins the fight. Traded. Smoke blocks the other 2 players. Adrian's just going to fight his way through and punished. So 3 on 3. Bomb planted safely. Back in towards Tetris. Darsheville now pushes through. Clears out main, but Becky... Again, another punish. Milky on this flank coming in towards the lobby. Becky and Patty low on health. Nami searches him out. It's Milky and Patty in the 1 versus 1. But, oh, over the top of the hut. It's such an awkward angle for the AWP. Preasy finally get a T round on the board here in overtime. A reminder, we're in the second overtime minute. Cillian's still only on 7 kills. Okay, swapping back over. Adrian's turn to try his luck at getting outside, but finally a Cillian shows his mettle. Also misses an aid. It's always good to see. Oh, Darcheville. Vigo so aware. Catches Darcheville. Slipping back down. Just behind the smoke. 2-man advantage. And outside. Lost. For Dark Cloud. Time ticking. Dark Cloud sit back and wait to see if Preasy make a mistake that they can punish. Preasy not giving them anything just yet. Gonna be contacting out towards the door, but Patty has it held. Oh, slips off the next angle. Has to drop, won't find a fatal kill. Nami domes Vigo as Cillian gets involved with the AWP. Becky and Patty both running out of ammo, having to swap to the pistols. And they both slink down the vent. Some good utility. Even a molly in towards the vent to try and slow down this rotation, but the rotation's coming through the ramp. Where it's deadly, but Milky, with this AWP, does a little bit more damage. Oh, and Cillian, still a threat, still present with this AWP. Getting involved, swaps over to the rifle and buys time and attention for Becky. Be unexpected. So Preasy tie us up. 17-17. It does get, again, does get scrappy. Yeah, that's the power of having man advantages, of getting those opening kills, is that even when it's scrappy, when it's going back and forth, if you have the 2-man advantage, you'll come out on top, and that's exactly what happens. A 2-man advantage, you survive with 2 players. Diagonal smokes this time. Vigo still blows it open. Try and give a Cillian some vision with this AWP. Preasy anticipate this rotation from Dark Cloud. Vigo already down on the lower site. Smokes them off. Oh, but the boost absolutely domes Vigo jump spotting. Doors already open. About to flood through. Mister tries to rotate in. It's a messy spray. It's not clean, and Darcheville will punish. And Nami's still in a position here to listen out for rotations, to hold towards lobby. And go on a late flank. Patty down the vent. Util dropped. Milky deals with Patty's vent rotation. Util just being deployed to block these players. Nami's flank. There we go. Activates. And Dark Cloud will find map match and series point here. Pressure now on for Preasy. It's survival or elimination. The outside smoke's thrown, but this time Dark Cloud, they hide behind them. Not wanting to fall victim to a potential HE blowing open the smokes. One of the few ways that Assylians managed to find any impact. And oh, Milky had Vigo pinned that entire time. The flash comes through main, but it's not deep enough. Now Dark Cloud have a man advantage, 40 seconds to work with, and they're going to flood this top site. Coming straight through, beautiful entry on towards Becky. They know he was last spotted. Information now gathered. Patty, a quick couple kills. A man advantage for Preasy. They successfully dropped this bomb. The flashes come through. Patty is dealt with into the 2-on-2. 20 seconds left. And Mr. dealt with, leaving Assylian last alive, last to die. It'll be 19-17. A big comeback there from Dark Cloud. A big victory from them as well. Stealing Nuke away from Preasy. And not only that, but knocking Preasy out of United21. A very disappointing performance there from, most notably, Assylian again. I don't want to keep harping on about him, but that performance was not good for an AWPer, right? For your player who's in that rotation position, the position where you want him to be finding impact constantly, is the player who set up the most there on Nuke, with the exception of maybe your outside player Vigo, who was pretty much the only way in that they had on their T sides, was when he was finding success going down towards Secret. But as mentioned, that is Preasy eliminated. Dark Cloud will move on to that decider match against Viperio later on this week. That's us done for the day. We'll be continuing with the round 2 games tomorrow, I believe, with Group C. So thank you all for watching. Goodbye for now.